Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I would like to forewarn you all that Trooper and I were left unsupervised.
It's true.
So this is what happens when Trooper and I are left unsupervised in a real playing situation.
Yeah. Before we went live, we talked about strawberry wine, also breathe, and the grammatical error in breathe, and also the grammatical error in the song "What If God Was One of Us," which is grammatically incorrect. But but we
Look, this is us. Hi, y'all. Welcome back. This is the channel. Welcome. You know me. I'm at George.Let on Twitter, or Praxcorth as me for you to see me around here on your Twitch, your friendly neighborhood Prax. And tonight, we get to do a solo episode with my wonderful, wonderful friend, Trooper. Yay!
Hello, I'm Trooper SJP, and you can find me at the Trooper SJP, or at Academic Foxhole on the Twitter, and I am not going to say anything because that would be inappropriate. I'm not going to imply anything because that would be inappropriate. But I am going to say that the last time that Prax and I were left unsupervised with just each other, the talk went long. Is all I'm saying. But it's all fine. Hey, everybody.
Still haven't broken our record yet, though.
Not yet. I just feel like we need like one of those streamiversary things, where just like so that it's for an occasion, so that's the excuse.
Or a charity event. We'll put a pin in that. We'll talk.
We'll put a pin in that, right? Because then it's like it's not just us talking for a long time. We're talking for a long time for charity.
Yes, exactly. See? We'll talk about it. All you people in chat might be, forewarned about something that will be coming in the future. Probably is coming in the future. Hi everyone, welcome back. For those of you who are new, this is our Romance of the Blue Rose. Is currently on hiatus. We finished season 1, and we're going to have season 2, but certain people are moving.
Who?
Oh, I don't know, somebody possibly over there are moving, and we need to allow them time to pack and move and all of these things, so we're gonna wait until season 2 for that. But that didn't want to leave you alone with too little Blue Rose before we got back into things. And so we are doing little one-shot flashbacks for each of my characters, little solo flashbacks to see, some of who they were before we met them and before they met certain people.
Do you know what? I just realized something. It's kind of a big deal. This is my very first streamed solo session
as
where I'm a player. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. This is my very first one. I'm so excited. I've had one off stream, with Greg, with Grimjack for The Witcher, but of course nobody saw those. But I had one. But this is like my first one as a player. Like, I'm so excited.
Yes. So this will be a little bit special. You can still give the wonderful people in chat, you can still gift conviction points, which are still a very important currency in this game. Just putting it out there. Very important currency. And this is where we're going to actually get started. Because last week, it was me and Lindy looking at how Ritka Sokolov left Kern. Thank you, Cosmic Demon Wolf.
Thank you.
And that choice that Ritka made, and how that changed so much for so many people. But tonight we're talking to Russ. Russet, a rhyhawk. Younger. Still Devilishly handsome?
Have you seen my bird? My bird is super devilishly handsome. Absolutely. My bird is so good looking. I feel like my bird is like the best dark morph red-shouldered hawk ever. Red-shouldered rhyhawk. In the world. Well,
oh, there's a
thank
Quentin. You. Hi, Quentin. Thank you for that resub. But yes, you're hawk. You're red-shouldered russet hawk. Rhyhawk. Fully aware, psychically powerful, agent of the eternal dance, benefit to humanity, and by humanity I mean every race, not just humans, but it's nice kind of...
all the two-leggeds.
All the two-leggeds. Which is still a very awkward term considering the number of population of species of feathered, flight-oriented rhydon who have two legs.
Well, you know, look, that sort of term I think was invented by like the unicorns. So, I mean, what can you do about it?
I mean, you could kibitz at them. I'm sure that there are people who do kibitz at the unicorns. So it's my first question. Russ.
Yeah.
Have you always been a unicorn fanboy?
It's not about being a fanboy. It's just about, I mean, look, there are just some things that are what they are, right? Unicorns were formed out of the tears of the gods. That's a big deal. They're just not like, oh, unicorns. They're it's not fanboying. It's just about recognizing the truth of the matter. And one of the truths are that they are the founders of all of it, you know, of all of us. I mean, they're like, it's not fanboying. It's just reality. So look, I don't know why you're looking at me that way. Tears of the gods just formed. It's not fanboying. It's just recognition.
But this is a younger Russ. Still a little gruff around the edges. Still bright and colorful. Well, yeah, a little bright, a little colorful. A member of the Sovereign's finest.
What's our dates? Am I about like in my mid-20s at this point?
I think so, yes. I believe that is correct.
I'm trying to think about when that conflict was happening, but around then, right? So I'm probably, right now, in the present day, Russ is in his 40s.
Yes.
But I imagine
you're
Russ
about
right now is
24, if I have the timeline right. I think I have the timeline correct. 24. Yes, for those of you who don't know, I count these things.
Yeah, because I believe I'm about 24 at this point in time.
That's assuming that your current age that you gave me earlier in the first season of 43 is correct.
That is correct. I wouldn't lie to you about these things.
But look, things could have changed. You could have changed your mind.
No, I'm committed. So, you know.
Why is it? I don't know.
Okay. I didn't do it.
It's not you. It's Twitch being twitchy a little bit.
Twitch. Unless Prax counts it, it doesn't count. That's fair.
Look, y'all. I want you to understand something. There is a counter for this on this channel.
Uh-oh. Which counter? Oh yeah, sources. Absolutely source material. Absolutely.
I always check the source material. But that is where we are. A young, dignified-ish Russ. The city of Aldous. It's bright. Wide, paved cobble streets. It's busy. It's loud. There are humans and Raiden and sea folk and night people, Vata'an, moving through the city. You have noises of horses on cobblestones intermingled with awakened animals moving themselves through. The rye rat population in this city is massive, and they are an interesting group of individuals.
But I know that a lot of Raiden who are on the council often don't actually live in Aldous. They live out where they are, and they just sort of remote in. So it's nice to see Raiden around. It's nice.
Yes, there are a number of them. But you are here today for a meeting with a friend.
First envoy?
Yes. That isn't her title yet. She won't gain that title for another 10, 15 years. But she's commander, and at this point in the command staff has become to a point where she is in charge of allocating resources, directing envoys, tracking movements, encouraging people to different places. But this city is bustling as you make your way. Well, where would you begin your day, Russ?
Well, I live in where the Sovereign's finest live. That's where I live. I have my perch in Cyric's quarters, or unless there's a place where the what do you call them? Messenger birds live. If there's like a coop, I live there. As it were, like a messenger bird barracks. So I live where the Sovereign's finest are housed. I've always lived there. That's been my home ever since I was found and brought there. So this is my home. I probably have been out and about a little bit, just to be able to eat, sort of leave the city, go hunting for breakfast, just flying out a little bit. If I had any messages to run here or there to people who do not have the ability to send and receive psychic messages, which, can be any number of things. Most people can receive them, but, sometimes you have physical things you need to bring, like little items or whatnot. Any of those, I would have done that, especially close ones.
There are, like, the offices of the finest are within the palace grounds in the High Ward of the city of Aldous. And Aldous is a city of concentric walls moving outward along main thoroughfares. First, the High Ward, which is one of the closest to the waters, where the Rose River meets the bay onto the peninsula. There's, of course, Lake Ward, which was part of the original settlement that has since sunk and has now been mostly adapted for the living conditions of the sea folk. But within the High Ward, in the very center of the High Ward, is the palace grounds. Picture... if you've ever been to Rome and along the Capitoline Hill, there are the palaces along the Capitoline Hill that all open onto a large central courtyard, which no longer houses, but it did at one point house the Marcus Aurelius on a horse. Now there's just the copy. You can still see the original in the Capitoline Museum, by the way.
Aww. But it's copy for safety reasons?
Yeah, it's a bronze. They brought it inside, basically.
Yeah, so I imagine I was outside of the city walls in the morning to just, get some food, see the sights, you just be in the air, which I love, before coming back early in the morning for to know what is being done for the day, because always there are things to do, but I do like in the morning just to fly around a little bit to see the beauty of Aldous.
And it is a gorgeous city, cosmopolitan. There are people everywhere moving in and out, trade at a vast rate. Then you have this offices in a large 3-story building with its own courtyard and entrances, wide open thoroughfares, red tiled roofs, the sounds of people moving in and out and around, and, well, you mentioned somebody's room that you have your main perch in. Who was that, Russ?
As I fly in, my perch would be my main perch would be in Siric's room, who's the person who raised me.
And who's Siric?
Siric is she's a commander in the Sovereign's finest, and she is brave and strong and brilliant in terms of tactics. She's really, I think she represents the best of the Sovereign's finest. She's honorable and kind, but also fierce. And she found me when I was, just a small hatchling and out in the wild by myself. I was found. She took me in, and she trained me to carry messages and took care of me, and I was her messenger bird for years before I awoke. And then when I did, I continued doing that. But this time we could talk to each other, or at least she could hear me when I spoke back.
But she's not your bonded.
No. Not all Raiden are bonded.
No, not all. And she has been moving up in the world. Well, in the Sovereign's finest. As I said, she will be first envoy in perhaps 10, 15 years, maybe just enough. She is a strong woman, known for her forthrightness and unwavering integrity and ethics, which is important when you're in charge of assigning envoys to investigate various matters, domestic and foreign. You need to make sure that the person in charge of allocating your resources to appropriate locations has a strong line of ethics.
Ethics are important, that's true. And following the rules is also very important.
Sometimes.
It's true.
Has there ever been a time that Russ has never followed the rules?
Well, what What do you mean by that? I mean, what do you mean by that? I mean, uh,
So, like, here's the question, Russ. Do
mm,
you ever get involved in any of those really late night, there's a couple parties I know have happened in the
well,
barracks?
no, no, I don't do things like that. I'm pretty upstanding. I mostly, I mean, I always follow all the rules that there are to have. Mostly, always, always, mostly.
I
I mean,
hear a mostly, which is not an always or an
uh,
ever.
well, uh, depends on what rules you're talking about, of course. You know, uh, there are a lot of rules. I follow most of them, most of the ones that you could think of. I mean, if I imagine you're thinking of a lot of rules, and whichever rules you're thinking of, probably I follow them completely all the time to the letter. Uh, Probably not thinking of any rules that I wouldn't follow. I mean, I doubt you're thinking about anything in specific or particular. Uh, I mean,
I mean, we know you're not going to commit sorcery.
no, 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 I wouldn't do that.
I mean, but you are a hawk, and there are shiny things all around.
No, I'm very disciplined most of the time, for the most part. Generally speaking, generally speaking, I always do what I'm supposed to do, and I don't do things I'm not supposed to do most of the time. I mean, basically.
So then, when do you view not? Because I'm hearing a lot of qualifications on this statement. Will people agree with me that there are a lot of qualifications being stated here? You know?
Okay. Well, uh,
I mean, it's just you and me, Russ,
well,
in the confines of your mind.
I mean, I suppose I might be able to tell you something, but I mean, you wouldn't share it. Is that
No,
correct?
I would not share it.
Well, it's not really a big deal. I wouldn't even mention it to anyone else. I mean, I haven't mentioned it to anyone else because it's not really anybody's business. So I think this is more a situation of privacy than it is of breaking rules necessarily, although technically it's mostly about privacy. I think. I think.
Okay.
Right.
And like I said, I won't share it with anyone.
All right.
You can trust me, Russ.
Are you sure? I trust you.
You can
Well,
always trust me, Russ.
well, I mean, you are here in Aldous, and so I'm sure I can trust you. It's just that, you know how not all Raiden are Rye bonded, and that's true. I mean, you know, many Raiden are not Rye bonded because that's a special thing, and it only happens, uh, it's special, and it doesn't always happen. It doesn't happen every day, all the time. It's just a thing that sometimes happens.
Yes, it's a very special occasion. A special thing that develops slowly over time. A sign of trust, affection, compatibility.
It's a deeper relationship than really anything else. And I like to think that people who are Rye bonded in the eternal dance will always be together in some way, whichever way they come back. Always find each other again. That's what I think. Which I think is sort of a romantic thought. Someone that you care about so much that your relationship will last through however many lives you have.
As always, as the dance continues.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is not against the rules. People can have Rye bonds. I mean, I do, but I wouldn't mention it if I were you. It's not really anybody's business.
Oh, you do have a Rybond?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
With whom? Not, I mean, I know you live with Sarek, you said?
Yeah. Yes. That's right. That's right. My boss. But also, I mean, my commander, somebody that I respect very much, somebody who I think of as, my commander, but also who raised me since I was very small, somebody of great integrity, somebody I respect very much and who I want to respect me.
But that's not who you're bonded with.
No, I don't think who I'm bonded with is really relevant to
I
anyone.
just,
Uh,
I
I
mean,
mean,
you say you're Rye bonded, but the only person we see you with, Russ, is Sarek. I mean, I just,
uh,
it's very interesting.
well, I am seen with other people, but I wouldn't go thinking too heavily about that because I really feel like exactly who I'm Rye bonded with is really it's uh, not really important. It's not really anything we should.
I mean, who am I gonna tell, Russ? I'm just here
Mm,
in the confines of your brain.
oh,
And this library. I don't leave this library, Russ.
oh,
I am this
well,
library.
you do know all the stories. That's true. I there's there's a human.
Hmm.
Smart, resourceful, brave, fearless. There's a human who, well, I trust with my life. Funny, kind, ooh, dangerous in combat, uh, brilliant to watch, tactical mind. Ooh, so like you ever meet someone who learns so fast and you think, oh, this person will surpass me at any time. Uh, Somebody special.
But who are they, Russ? They sound like a paragon of virtue that I wish to meet.
You might have already met him.
But I didn't meet them as your Raiden, Rybond.
No, no, but you met them. They're here uh, in the headquarters a lot. They're around here.
Well, then who is this paragon of virtue?
Well, please note that I basically follow most rules all the time. I mean, this is an important thing to note that I generally speaking, would never break or bend any rules. And if it happened sort of inadvertently. But nonetheless, things are still being done as. Do
I
you
mean, I
know?
can't think of anything that would prevent you from Rybonding with your choice. All of those are protected by law. There's an entire section in my library dedicated to it, Russ.
It's not about. It's about. Have you ever met an envoy named Sarthan Mir?
Yes.
Scout?
Yes.
Uh, my technically, my subordinate within my chain of command. Technically.
You are aware, Russ, that the minute it's known that he's Rybonded to you, he becomes promoted to your rank?
He doesn't want to be promoted because he's bonded with me. He wants to be promoted for his own.
Doesn't mean anything? It is his own knowledge? I mean, it's about equality and usefulness and acknowledging the fact that a Rybond is an equal partnership between the two parties involved.
But I probably should not have gotten involved, you know.
Why? He called to you on that level. The bonding of mind and soul and beauty.
I know. But there's a lot of, I don't want to. Probably would have been better if I resisted it, but then I didn't.
Russ, I understand that you are people I mean, I'm not people, I'm a library.
Mm.
You, however, are people.
Mm.
But you aren't engaging in a sexual relationship with your rye bondage, so it's really not that big a deal if you didn't stop yourself.
I think it's much deeper than a sexual relationship.
Of course. That's why it's important. And it's not like you can take advantage of it.
No.
Because forcing a rye bond would be sorcery, and you wouldn't do that.
No, I never would, but the
so
point
then
is,
I don't know why you get upset.
Professionalism?
You feel something, Russ. You feel this great heavy-weighted confusion. The library is literally talking to you, and that's when you realize that you've been having a conversation with the library of the Sovereign's finest. More an archive, really, than a library, but a building and a space. I mean, the only library bigger than this is the one that's part of the palace archives and tied to the great university.
I wonder if I'm making this up. Well, anyway, Sarthan is going to be promoted. And when Sarthan is promoted, and perhaps at that moment, then I will say something to Cyric.
Honestly, I think you're underestimating Cyric, and you're underestimating the effects that this could have on your bond. But what do I know? I'm just a pile of books.
No, you're not just a pile of books. You're the Sovereign's finest books. But this makes you the finest books of I'm complimenting you as for being a good collection of books. I just want to do this the right way. That's all.
If you wanted to do this the right way, then you should have said, "Hi, by the way, we've rye-bonded," which is totally cool and appropriate, and now Sarthan will be promoted. But if you think that if you don't think he deserves it, and he needs to prove it to other people.
I'm a somewhat biased. Of course, I think he deserves everything, but that's part of the problem, really. So.
Yeah, but everyone's biased, Russ. I have an entire section dedicated to it and discussion of emic versus etic perspective and how worldview and bias can be in both a positive and negative point. You could go down like aisle J3. It's over there. And a light starts flashing, like almost about 6 rows down.
Look, once he gets promoted, then I'll say something.
All right.
And then he'll have done it on his own.
There's just silence. There's no response.
And then library?
Nothing.
Hop up on the desk. Books. Anyway, thanks for chatting. I appreciate it.
The door opens and a young, trainee comes in, pile of books, taller than her head, starts trying to put things away, and just, sorry, didn't see you there.
Psychic connection. My name is Russet. I'm a rhyhawk. Just introducing myself. It's considered polite. No.
Hi.
Envoy.
I'm Elmira. This is new. I didn't know anyone was in here.
So.
But okay. And nice to meet you. And they just go about putting the books back, going shelving. Mostly almost not. You get the impression that the ignoring you is not personal in any way. It's merely an inability to deal with people.
Well, just so you know, I should warn you about something serious. Elmira.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Very serious.
And she stops, or she's like the book she's putting on the shelf, and turns and looks back at you.
You're going to want to be careful shelving those books. You don't want to make any mistakes. Or else you'll hurt the library's feelings.
There's a look of just blank, and then a moment, two, maybe three too long before she blinks. The library doesn't get mad at me.
Probably because you've never misshelved anything.
Okay.
Nobody gets right in humor. I was only half joking anyway. And I sort of like take to flight. It's nice meeting you, Elmira. Just you should check out section J. There's a whole section there, a whole book in there about Emic versus Edic. You might find it enlightening.
Thank you.
Comes highly recommended. If you need any messages sent, that's what I do. Nice to meet you.
And as you fly away from the library, there is gathered in the large central hall, picture a large 2-story, 3-story foyer, marble echoing, large. It's not quite as loud of movement of people as in, say, the barracks of the Knights of the Blue Rose. Nobody here is wearing their spurs or metal boots on the marble floor. Leather boots. Riders, soft tread. Less heavy armor here. People moving in and out.
Imagine I circle, down the foyer, because that's kind of fun. There's like a little bit of fun and just like letting yourself glide in like a lazy circle down like three, like that sort of center foyer that's 3 stories long.
Yeah, and it's got that for those marble steps that are those big wide marble steps, on either side of the desk, the reception desk, for lack of a better term.
And
they kind of go up to the 2nd floor and come together, and then go up together to the 3rd floor. Kind of.
And I imagine I do this all, like, I just enjoy doing that. It's like just like that sort of fun, like that sort of just enjoying the air currents right inside the headquarters.
Particularly the fact that most of the time during the day, these doors, these large, heavy bronze 10-foot, 15-foot tall doors are kept open. And the breeze can come in and out. The large windows that are in and of themselves almost 8 feet high, that are double hung but not as we call double hung windows. That these are so that you can lower them from the top and from the bottom so that they can create air currents, because this is what you had before air conditioning, people. And so there's lots of movement, particularly because all this is a city on the sea. And you can smell that fresh salt air. You can hear the sound of seagulls. And you have yet to ever discover a ride-in that is a seagull. Theoretically, I assume it is possible.
It'll happen. I keep trying.
But the majority of them are assholes, and you know what?
Well, they're better than swans. But, I mean, geese sometimes too. That's it. But that's a whole, you don't need to know about that. That's sort of like avian gossip.
Avian gossip? I'm sure the library would love a book from you on avian gossip.
Well, I try not to gossip too much, but I do enjoy flying.
And as you come down this last large circle of the air currents, one of the individuals in charge of the desk just kind of make eye contact with you, and that and say, Commander Sarek would like to meet with you when you are ready. Envoy Russet, they are in their office, second floor. And then they just look at you like, why am I telling you where Sarek's office is? You know exactly where Sarek's office is. And then proceeds to, like, just not in a rude manner, ignore you because there are 6 other people that she's got to deal with.
I sort of like hop up on the reception desk for a moment. You've got something behind your ear.
Mm-hmm. And she kind of, like, she's yelling at somebody about running in they are running and leaving mud footprints in her front hall.
I would like to make a roll.
What kind of roll would you like to make?
I would like to make, I do not think that I'm specialized in this, but that doesn't matter. I'd like to make like a...
You want to... would you like to roll deception?
No. Sleight of hand.
Ooh, even better.
I would like to roll sleight of hand, if you do not mind.
I do not mind. I just need to remember what sleight of hand is.
I think it's under Dex. Because that's where, like, stealth and lockpicking are.
Yeah, Legerdemain is under Dex.
Yes, please. I would like to do that.
You can definitely do that. I happily let you do that. As this, And
I'm going to, hop up on her shoulder to get this thing that's behind her ear. Because there's a thing behind her ear. 15.
Yes.
And I would like to produce like a small, because I imagine we have a lot of things in this headquarters, and I imagine like maybe like a little blue rose that I picked up in the course of my flying about, and like pull it from behind her ear in that way that people do, like, oh, you got some behind your ear, and like they give you a quarter or a nickel. And I just find this sort of a little bit of whimsy that I find quite amusing. And so I pull this rose out from behind her ear, which is a bit of
this
sleight of hand.
This younger, well, not younger, she's actually quite a bit older. One of those women who is indeterminate age, somewhere between 50 and 70, steel gray hair that's kind of that she's got braided into twin braids that she's then looped around her head multiple times. And she just looks at the flower, nods appreciatively, gives you like that kind of that teacher smile look at a student who's done something. Oh yeah, you got me. Okay, yeah. I'm not upset. I'm just tired, and I've got like so much shit to do. But I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate you. So.
And I hand her, well, with my beak, the little rose.
And she will take it and actually put it in one of her the braided crown, like in the side. And then she just kind of sighs and says, "Get on with you."
and like Russ like hops a little bit, just like, because it's just like Russ is in a bit of like a jaunty mood. Russ at this moment at 24 is a little bit more playful. It's under a little bit of a gruffness, but like it's a sort of like a gruff playfulness, and Russ likes to sort of do little things like that he thinks are whimsical and funny. He doesn't go partying in the barracks or anything like that, but I mean, he's fun, and after sort of being quite proud of himself for like pulling off that exciting bit of sleight of beak, sleight of wing, heads off towards Siric's office. And when Russ flies there, Russ does not fly just like straight like an arrow. Russ sort of, I'm not going to use that wrist. Russ sort of like, there's a little bit of a swoop in a way that seems like just there's a bit of an excitement about it, right? Like, why just fly straight when you can fly with just a little bit of fun, just a little, like, and it's other people may not notice, but for Russ, right, just like swooping a little bit left close to the walls and then sort of like swooping out to the other wall. It's just a little bit of sort of playing with space as he moves towards Siric's office.
Siric is on the second floor, west wing, end office, corner office, even one might say. Larger space. The door is left cracked. And there you can see a couple other people making their way to the same office.
Always a bit zippy, right? I imagine like I overtake them and land with a little bit too much momentum on the doorknob so that I can sort of push the door open a little bit further, as if to open the door for the people coming in. It's there's just kind of like a bit of an enjoyment of doing things that people may not expect rhyhawk to be able to do. Just like fly in and kind of end up hitting the side of my body up against the door, right where the doorknob is, and sort of like resting on the doorknob as the door sort of swings open for the other, the two-leggeds to come in after me.
You know both of these two-leggeds who's coming up to you. One of them is a night person woman. Here usually as acts almost as like a courier within the Sovereign's Finest, part of the admin staff, usually carrying a bunch of the perpetual envelopes with the little tie on it that go from office to office, inter-office memos.
Oh, inter-office memos. You know what's great about them? Sometimes they have holes in them, and I can just put my beak in those.
Yeah. And carry them around. Yeah. She's one of the admin staff in charge of inter-office communication, and that as you land on the door frame and push it open, there's a
I ride the door as it opens, like, 'cause I'm like perched on that doorknob as it like sort of swings open. I'm just riding on it, which I just find it fun. Like there's a little bit of just a little bit of fun. That's all. Like life's a little bit too short to be too grim.
There's a where is the name of it? I need to think. There is a woman who, the minute you open the door, it is from Rezia, from the Khanate of Rezia, who acts as Sarik's well, in terms for modern military, dragon.
Mm.
If you don't know what that is, the person who makes sure that the officer, that those who don't need to be bothering the general or the admiral, don't bother the general or the admiral. And she's got long, black hair that's in multiple small, tight braids. It's even pulled back tight across, pulled back from her head, and then multiple small braids from that, and then underneath, even there are more braids underneath. She has, more Asian skin tone, Mongolian, maybe just Manchurian, what we would call Mongolian or Manchurian features. And she looks up over these little half-moon reader glasses, and pulls out, like her bundle of inter-office memos to hand off, and makes, just doesn't even say anything to the young night woman who is coming in and out. At this point, she's just hands these off, and then she looks at you, and you would know that her name is Tura, Tura, and she just kind of looks at you, and they're good. You're on time. They're waiting on you, Russ.
Already.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I wait for the others, for our courier to leave after that. And then I am going to, and it's like sort of fly over to the other side of the door and sort of knock it, sort of close it a little bit. It's, again, would be easier if Russ were not a bird. But Russ is a fairly, large bird with a large wingspan, has got some weight to him, so he can get a door moving. But he does, he makes sure that because he opened the door, he's going to shut it again as well. Before he... There's a little, bird against inanimate object sort of excitement before Russ then sort of flies in over to Siric's office with a nod to Tura.
She nods back. She's already opening the memos that have come in and is organizing things in paperwork, and then looks up at whoever has come in, makes eye contact with the other personage, and just kind of points to one of the, green, not quite, and you can see as she points, just as you move into Siric's actual office, that she's pointing at the, oh, you showed up and you don't have an appointment chair.
Yep, wait. Mm-hmm.
The not comfy chair.
Yep. It's probably wood and carved, but not in a luxurious sort of a way. A little bit. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Painted green or stained green, it's not the most exciting.
No.
And I fly in just with a little bit of a whistle, fly in and sort of land on my perch. Envoy Russet reporting. Good morning. Sort of seeing who is present.
Present in this room are a bunch of people. So first we have Saric herself. Of course, she's behind a large desk that doesn't cross the line between I need to have the biggest thing in the room to dominate the entire space, but more of a, I need it to be this big because I've got too much shit to do and I need my papers to be actually organized. I have to do all of this because this is my rank and job. Mm-hmm. And it's not just about showing off. Mm-hmm. It is, for the most part, clean. There's heavy woods, dark red leathers that are more worn in certain places. It's not a showpiece, but it's definitely maintained well. The seal for the Sovereign's Finest is actually in the curtain for the desk. The thing that covers the leg space in the desk.
Yeah.
From the outside, so you can see it.
Yeah.
She's seated she is human. At this point, her hair hasn't gone silver. Still very dark black.
Where is my perch in relationship to the room?
Well, there's one right to, like, just off the left of her desk, so it's a little kitty corner. Not directly next on this end of her desk, but enough that it can almost be like if she had a couple chairs pulled in, you could still be part of the circle of conversation, or you could just be seated and still be having a conversation with her. There are 2 other chairs that have been placed in front of her desk. The kind of okay chairs. The you're not going to be here long enough to really worry about it, and you were invited chairs, and I'm not angry at you chairs.
Yes.
One of them is Sarthan. Can you describe Sarthan?
I imagine Sarthan is a human, probably at this point about 25-ish, sort of mid-20s. Sarthan, I think, came from the Pavenweald, and is, I would imagine at this point, quite clean-shaven and sharp. One of those sorts of people who, when they're out in the field, they let themselves get field ready, like they get themselves sort of like relaxed. But when they're in town, right, for any given time, they make sure that they're all clipped together. Really, those people that looks really good in uniform, that sort of a person. That when they're dressed well, they are dressed well. A person who I would say has really good bearing. But that's let me hold on. That's not the right. I had a question mark there. That's not what I need with this here. Yes. Right. Who is able to sort of both ride the line of being really relaxed when they need to be, but then also being very, very sharp elsewise. Sort of piercing blue eyes, sort of blonde hair that's not sandy, actually sort of quite sort of like a good blonde. Kind of like a swimmer's build, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very distinguished jawline.
With a little bit of a mischievous look sometimes. Like there's like a bit of humor. At times.
At times. When it's appropriate to be
When
such.
it's appropriate.
There we go. There is one other person in this room. An individual that you've seen before, but you've never really one of those you've seen around the office, but you haven't actually been officially introduced to kind of people. A very sturdy looking gentleman, kind of a little gruffer than Sarthan. He has a very hold on, I need to make sure this is the right personage, because I've had that before. Alright, cool. Cool. Yeah. Okay. You've it's one of those, you've seen him around before. He's kind of got longer, almost a mullet, brown hair, darker brown eyes, a little kind of bad boy scruffy look going on. Not unattractive. Well, for a two-legged human. And Sarek, as you land, will kind of reach out and, like, just scratch just behind the back of your neck, right there, where you like it. Well, now that we are all here, Russ, this is Brynmore Penry.
Nice to meet you.
He doesn't verbally respond or even psychically respond. He just kind of nods.
Because it is custom for Raiden to announce themselves psychically so that people who are two-legged know that they're Raiden and not Raiden. So it's just like a habit, just to confirm, yes, I'm a Raiden. Just doesn't necessarily expect a response back, but just so that they know.
Mm-hmm. And you know, Sarthan. So this is very much what's going to be happening. The three of you are going to deal with some of our small pirate problem. I'm sure you're all aware. Jarzan can't seem to keep their little pirates out of the water. They seem to think that this is a non-issue. However, we also have had communication that these particular pirates are under seal and banner of the theocracy.
That seems bold.
Seems a problem. So, I'm instructing you, officially, to go ascertain if these particular pirates are becoming an invading force from a foreign nation or mere soldiers of fortune and brigands on the sea.
How many ships are we talking about?
Full told, I heard there were 45 being floating around, but I don't care about all 45. I care about these 3. And she's spread out a large map of the coastline of the world, particularly this Basketh Bay and the Aldous and Basketh Bay. Ooh, thank you for that money for scholars. I appreciate that tip. I really do appreciate that. And because the peninsula of Aldous, you know, the country of Aldous, you know, comes down out into the sea, and of course, you know, the city of Aldous is actually in the middle, closer to the center of the country. It is a landlocked city on a large lake that has become a large enough population of lake to be almost a small inland sea. You know, picture a Great Lake.
Have they been disrupting fishermen? And has anyone died?
Well, there's been fishermen very good at avoiding such things. The big concern is the traffic of merchants. From Basketh Bay out of the Varan Marsh up to the archipelago. And from there up the Rose River to Aldous itself. There are, of course, other passages. There's been some attempts at looting, apparently, along the southern coast of Aldous, just north of the Basketh Bay. However, the bigger concern is the small set of hamlets west of the bay, just south here. And she'll gesture on the map to this location. Rumor has it they have been attempting to begin a foothold, perhaps, might be the establish trade port. Maybe not for trade per se, but definitely a controlling interest in a place perhaps of where they can further their own attempts to further the Jarzan's ability to invade. We know they can't get through the marsh, and we know our navy is strong and can keep them mostly away from southern coast. However, these pirates seem to be working for them, or if they are perhaps not actually pirates. Your orders are to go down, infiltrate, gather the information, come back safe.
Question, historical question.
Yep.
Is this before or after the Jarzan attempt to invade?
Just before.
Okay. So we do not yet have a precedence for this happening.
No.
Okay. But we have met them, and they're very repressive.
Oh, you mean Jarzan's attempt to invade through the Varen Marsh?
Yes.
No, it's after their attempt to invade through the Varen Marsh.
Okay.
Because they get lost and die. Because it's a marsh.
Yes. Well, they have tried to invade us once before, and they are somewhat, particular about the way they. Well, they are a theocracy after all, and not one that's particularly open to other ways of being. So we should see what they're up to. Could be. Let's hope it's nothing. Though it's worrisome. But, Commander, if there's anything to find, we will find it. If I might ask, Envoy Penry, what is your specialization? Mm-hmm.
Hawkeye. I did it. And you feel the, this mental knock on as he smiles at you, and you respond, and he responds again. He doesn't speak out loud. I'm quite familiar with the territory and the location. Also, ships are kind of my thing. I do enjoy them.
Good. Scout myself. Sarthan Mir is a expert ground scout, stealth, infiltration, exfiltration. We make with you as our guide, I'm sure we will make quick work of this.
In, out, and back on, dry land quicker than you can shake a rug at.
Oh, indeed. Well, shall we be leaving shortly, Commander?
Sarek turns to look at you. Of course, why are you still here? Get out.
Envoys, I will meet you down by the stables. And I'm going to fly out the window and head like in a spiral down to where the stables are, where I imagine the 2 feet will be going and picking up transport that they need, because, you know, they can't fly.
Yes, they can't fly. They will pick up. It will be a couple minutes as they have to go a much further way around, as the stables are actually quite close to this end of the building, and so they have to go all the way back, you know, down to the stairs and out and round.
While I'm flying, I just ping Sarthan. Sarthan. We've got company for this mission.
It's company I think we could use.
I imagine. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Better.
You know,
Huh?
my window is always open.
I know. Although, I like you scruffier. When we're in the woods. Just out there. You know?
Yes. I shall make a note.
Anyway, it's good to see you. It's been like a whole, I don't know, 13 hours.
You know, you could leave your mother's house and, you know...
Commander's house.
No, she's totally your mom.
She's not...
Totally is your mom.
Not my mom. She's not grounded me yet.
It's not what I heard.
Okay. Anyway, what do you think about this fella?
Penry?
Yeah.
Haven't heard anything bad about him.
No, seen him around. Well, I'm gonna see if I've got any kind of exciting pranks to play on him while we're out traveling. I don't have one yet, but I'm gonna think about it.
You are aware that your pranks are never quite exciting. They
What?
are most times at most endearing and sometimes even adorable. But exciting is not the adjective I would usually apply.
But do you remember that last time? I thought this was very exciting, quite wild, when I went and I got a fish from a lake, and then I put it on top of someone's pack. Do you remember? That was pretty wild.
Yes, but you put it on the pack. You put it on Althenia's pack just after she had set it down, as she started to put together a fire. She didn't see it as a prank. She saw it as you providing dinner.
Well, but it was a wild prank.
No, she thought it was very cute and adorable, and she was very thankful. It was not a prank.
Well, I'm going to work on it. I'm going to get a really good one of these days.
I'm sure you will.
I'm fun.
I find you very fun. I just don't find your pranks are not exciting. You don't need to have exciting pranks to be fun.
Huh.
Russ, I find you fun without the exciting pranks. I find the pranks adorable. I enjoy the adorable. There's just this, like, wave of affection that kind of...
And it's just, like, they're vibing the entire time. And, like, Russ is, like, thinking about, like, all the exciting pranks, but Russ, his version of exciting is just not that exciting. But it's just not that exciting. But, you know, he thinks he's being very wild sometimes. You know, he's like, oh, I went crazy this time. I put a fish on your pack. Woo! And that...
Look, you didn't even put it in her bedroll.
No,
It
Nope.
was just, it's just there. Oh, you brought dinner, y'all. He's adorable. He adorable little bird.
But it's a fish, you know. It's a fish. It's a
Yes,
it's a prank.
they're very good eating.
They are actually. Well, anyway, all right. Look, I feel like talk about it, but I'll take Overwatch and we'll travel as quickly as we can. It's a bit of a trek, but it's probably got a couple days, but it won't be too bad.
I can tell you
Because that looks like a.
It's about 225 miles.
Yep. It's like what, 5 days?
Yeah.
I mean, for them, I could go faster, but I don't want to stick around with them.
So while we go into a travel montage, we're going to take a break for the evening.
Oh, but travel montage.
We'll have a travel montage when we get back. We'll have the end of the travel montage when they get back.
Oh,
and then we will see what happens on the southern shore of Aldous as we try and deal with some pirates, y'all.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just. Yep, fine. Just
Okay, y'all. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Take your time, get yourself some refreshments, and we'll see you when we get back. Okay, look, I'm counting that one. That totally counts as I'm counting it.
What?
There you go.
I feel like it's not even a Hudson. It's like a half Hudson. It's like a half Nelson.
Nope. Bye. Hi, everyone. We're back. Hope you're well. Hope you're refreshed.
I'm refreshed.
You ready for part 2?
Yeah.
Of this little backstory one-shot with Russ. As there is a scene of a travel montage of Russ and the two-legged Sovereign's finest. One, Sarthan Mir, bonded to Russ. The other, Brynmore Penry, a gentleman who does not speak except psychically.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is really important.
Yep.
Penry's footwear.
Yep.
What are they?
Boots.
What else can you tell me about these boots?
They're nice, black, knee-length, well-maintained, but older, well broken in. Dagger sheath on the inside of the right boot. And steel toed.
Okay, wait. Okay. How about this then? Scabbard, right? And a frog attached to the belt, right? Okay. How's this for a hilarious prank in the middle of the travel montage? Right? In the morning, like at night when people are sleeping, I pull the belt outside of the frog. So when he puts his belt on, he has to put the scabbard back on the belt, right? So that it's not, you just can't pick it up and put it on. You actually have to loop it through the belt again, right? See? So normally you just put it on immediately in one step, but now you have to take 2 steps. Huh? That would be like, that's an exciting prank. It's like two steps rather than 1 step.
A, not exciting. B, no one would know that it was you, and C, it would probably just look like it fell off.
I thought that was a good one.
I think we need to work on the fact that of acceptance that pranks are perhaps not your skill set. You have a lot of really great skills. You're a great hunter, great scout, great flying silently.
If he had shoelaces, I'd untie them. That's a good one, right? I wouldn't tie them to each other because that could injure him, and I wouldn't want to do that. But like untying shoelaces seems exciting, like a prank.
No. And there's just this like soft petting on the back of your head. Is this also this just like deadpan? No, it's not. They're not exciting at all.
No. Soon, I'll get one. I'm gonna go fly up there again to take point. I know you're jealous.
I don't have wings. I can't fly.
Yeah, and if you did, your wings wouldn't be as well groomed as mine. And I sort of take to the flight, sort of do a little circle.
No, and he says out loud, and no, because I wouldn't have a person with 2 hands to brush them for me every evening.
Fly off. But you still here. You do a very good job. Now,
could you roll me Constitution? I just want to see how this.
Absolutely.
We're just gonna use your. The way we're gonna do this is just use your stats for things.
I rolled a
9.
A 9. I'm a bird.
You are a bird, and it's not bad. I mean, this is not. You're not heavy traveling. You're not fast traveling. You're taking your time as you move through things. It is not overly arduous, but it takes you the full 5 days to travel.
I just want to point out that Cosmic Demon Wolf has the best prank. Bowl of M&Ms, and then you put Skittles in there too.
No, that's a way. I will tell you right now, That is a way to get dead. Never, ever mess with a person's chocolate. That is a way to get a PMSing woman to kill you and have it be justifiable homicide. I guarantee you, any woman on the jury would be like, nah, he messed with her chocolate. No, it's fine.
That's it.
That's fine.
It's just that Skittles and M&Ms are not, you would not confuse the two.
But if you just put your hand in the bowl and took them up and then just shove them threw them in your mouth.
Yeah. But I mean, for me, like, they're just so different in terms of color palette. You'd be like, there's Skittles in there, which would sort of like make it the perfect sad one, because it'd be like so obvious. You're like, nope, you just put Skittles
if you
in there.
look at it first, don't mess with the chocolate.
No chocolate. So like, he'll take point and keep, even though there's no expectation of there being any trouble in the 5 days getting up there, he'll do regular scouting, sort of scouting forward, coming back, making sure the trail is safe, that there's make sure if there's anything that might be trouble coming up, in like 20 miles, like come back to let you know. It's just kind of like that sort of general sort of flying forward and back.
Maintaining forward point and control and such. Yeah. And as you approach where the trees break onto a wide sandy shore, and it is wide, you realize that this is that perhaps a couple miles of coastal sand.
Henry, this is your home area?
Yes, I do reside closer to here. There's a village about 3-4 miles west of here, on the river mouth, where my folk come from.
What can you tell us about what to expect here?
Y'all ain't gonna have a whole lot of cover. There is not a lot on this particular dune strand, besides the dunes themselves, and they're not that tall, although perhaps you might have better cover than some. And he kind of looks at you with that. Rumor is they're putting together their docks about maybe 3 miles east of here, on one of the little inlets that come out of here. There's a number of them. You should also be on the lookout for large aquatic life forms of the slightly aggressive type that might consider being of your size and fine plumage a fine snack.
Don't plan on swimming.
Yeah, these things got tentacles that can pluck you right out of the sky.
How long are these tentacles?
About 10.5 feet.
Good to know. Russ just flies a little bit higher.
Like I said, they are not kind, but they are good eating if you can get one. And it don't take your ship down.
Well, sounds like they're not taking down the ships of these Jarzoni, so that's interesting.
This is, they're usually in slightly, well, not many of them, and they're territorial, so we see one, we're not going to see many.
Fair enough. Well, now, question for you. When we start doing the scouting, I'll do a sort of big overview. We'll check out, see what we can see. Now, am I expecting you to be staying on land? You said you like ships.
Yes, I'm much more at home on the body of water than I am on this terra firma, one might say.
Well then, sailor, we'll see. Maybe you'll be out there with us. I'm gonna head east, do a big loop, see what I can see.
I'll see about finding us a vessel of some sort, perhaps. Much easier to... Nothing big. Maybe just a 2-man sloop would be good.
And then Russ just pings, just like private side ping to Sarthan. What do you think? If I could disguise myself as a seagull, no one would know. I think I could do a sort of a disguise like you two-legged sometimes put on fake mustaches. I could, fake being a seagull. And this is a joke. I'm joking. It's hilarious.
Can you... I was about... Wrong. You were talking to Sarthan, not Penry.
Yep.
Could you obtain that level of assholishness?
It'd be hard. It'd be hard.
I just don't see it. I
No.
don't see that at all.
But it'd be funny. It'd be funny, right?
If you came down and stole everybody's food and then honked at them loudly, repeatedly, also shit in their hair.
No,
I'm just like, it would be funny. You could ascertain a disguise. It would indeed be rather hilarious.
Right? I'd look like a seagull. I'm gonna go take my loop. And don't let this fellow give any hassle.
He's not going to give me any hassle.
Oh, don't you give him too many hassles.
You just feel a mental wink come back at you.
And Russ will fly up, sort of imagining like, how would I disguise myself as as a seagull? And I can imagine Sarthan can see like little images of of Russ sort of imagining himself like putting little seagull feathers like amongst his own, and then sort of thinking, no, that doesn't look believable at all, and then sort of like letting that little image sort of dissipate as he goes to fly to give the sort of the recon of the area, looking specifically for those three ships.
Roll me perception seeing.
I
or
will
as certain
do.
people call it, perception eyeballs.
Eyeballs. And it's just one of those things where, like, I think that sometimes
or searching. I'm sorry, I should have asked for searching.
Tracking, I think it is. Yes.
Well, there's also searching, finding things that are hidden or obscured. Tracking is following the tracks or other signs of passage. So you have to, in this case, with open water, you'd have to find it before you can track it, because there's not a big enough wake for you to track.
Yes. All right, let me get over here for.
We can use perception seeing though. We can keep we can keep this 16. Excuse me, 16. Yes, 16.
And then I will use my, because I get the I can with those stunt points.
There are no stunt points.
Oh, I didn't get them. You're right. Oh, that's just a yes. I see. Go on.
Yes. Yes, I knew what sense you were going to go, but you didn't.
It was just another perception.
Yeah, another perception, but it's not. You don't have one. So you are. Excuse me. You are flying for perhaps 30-40 minutes before you see them. They're in an inlet that is just hidden. Just the curve of the coastline is enough that the very curve itself and the way the dunes are provide just enough cover for these fast-moving schooners. They're not full, big galleons or big heavy ships. They look almost like Roman or Greek galleys. Triremes is the technical term. And the height of the dunes is just enough that if they don't have their full sail up, you can't quite see them. They're just blending in just enough. They're at sea anchor, which means that they are not fully anchored or tied to a dock, but they are at rest in a relatively fixed location.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to fly as if I were just a bird flying, you know, as opposed to like, you know, just flying.
You're flying natural. You're
Yes.
flying casual.
I'm flying casual. Yeah, it's like casual flying.
Casual flying. Casual flying. Could you roll for casual flying? I think we need to roll for casual flying.
Sure.
I
We'll
think-
do stealth.
Or deception.
I don't deceive people. That's not.
Well, I'm sorry, you're not hiding. You're flying casual. Those are two different things. Like, you're not worrying if they see. You're not trying not to be seen. You're just saying if they do see you, it's not a problem.
What does deception fall under?
Hold on. That is a thing. There we go.
Is that communication?
Communication deception? Or, yeah, communication deception.
Because I'm not talking to him, but 8.
Cool. Good to know.
So I will fly, right, you know, in a sort of like I'm not going to like circle around. I'm going to fly in a relatively sort of casual path. And once I get out of their sight lines, I'm going to sort of circle around long way to try to find, sort of mark sort of figure out a path wherein the two-leggeds can sneak up with the least amount of being seen, right? So trying to sort of basically scope a travel path for them where they won't be seen. Like the best approach.
Yeah, in that case, could you... I would say this would be perception tracking.
Or navigation, probably. Either one.
Yeah, or navigation, I would say. Navigation could work here.
Which would you like?
I think intelligence navigation makes sense. Ooh.
16.
With 5 stunt points. You can find a path that is relatively hidden, weaving between the dunes of these sand dunes. You know that both Penry and, Bryn Mawr,
I'm using his last name.
Yeah, you keep using his last name. And...
Because we're not best friends. We're on a mission together, keeping it professional.
So you know that Penry and Sarthan can follow this path, but they will have to be stealthed to do so. The dunes are not quite that big in certain places, so they'll have to, duck down and, make themselves smaller. Both of these individuals are not small men, right? 6 foot, muscled. Henry is perhaps, but they're both can travel in lighter armor.
Yeah. I am going to sort of beam the path that I'm seeing, so like visuals, to both of them as I'm flying back so they can see the route that I'm picking out for them.
I think that's intelligence cartography.
Okay.
Because you're making a map, right? You're just making a mental map.
Well, I'm showing them what I'm seeing. Like,
yes,
I'm, like,
so you're showing them, but trying to give them the way to do it.
10.
Okay. They can... It's easy. This is just their ability. It's how accurate... It's not how accurate it is to what you're seeing, but what you can translate what you're seeing to an understanding for a two-legged, you know. They don't have your ability to... I mean, remember, your eyes are not quite the same as theirs.
Yeah, I know. Their eyes aren't as good.
They're not as good.
No. They don't have as much,
They don't have a breadth of vision, but they also don't have a depth of vision. so sometimes it takes a little while, but this is easy for you to do. You're kind of gotten used to this, particularly with Sarthan at this point. Yeah. You can just show him what you are seeing, and you see him as you get closer, you know, when you land, he's drawing out the map of what you've seen.
Right. And so, like, I imagine, like, especially with him, because we probably practice this a lot, right? That I go off and I sort of send my visions, what I'm seeing, my visuals back, and sort of trying to, I probably have practice concentrating so that not everything that I'm seeing is coming in, but trying to sort of make sure that it is a more targeted vision so that it's easier for the people without my eyes to sort of translate that for themselves.
To see what's going on? Yeah.
Because I probably see a lot of stuff.
You do see a lot of things. And as you land, you see...
Did the ships have weaponry on them?
You did see a couple ballista on the front deck. I mean, it's not like there are firearms with cannons.
But I was just wondering if they had ram, like if their fronts were set for ramming, if they had ballista, just sort of
like... Well, I mean, you wouldn't see that. If it's a Roman galley, a trireme, you wouldn't see a ram unless it's because it's underwater.
Yeah. Speaking of triremes, oars or sails, both? Both. Large complement of sailors, probably, even if I'm not seeing people, but I'm thinking, okay, well, probably not a small amount of people on that ship.
You only saw 2 banks of oars.
Okay. So 2 banks of oars, sails, sea anchored, some ballista. I didn't see a lot of people about. And the flags they were flying?
They weren't flying.
Were there people visible on the decks? Out and about?
You saw a couple, definitely. One ship was slightly larger, you definitely saw that, and there was a tent kind of put together. Bright purple and gold. Very ostentatious.
Right. Expensive in terms of dyes as well.
Peacock feathers, kind of accents. You looked at this and you just went...
Money, tacky.
Money, tacky. No, not full tacky. Schlocky.
Oh.
It's not tacky, it's schlocky, and there's a difference.
Yeah.
It's not as good as kitsch.
Yeah, no.
Thank you, Yiddish, for providing a language where there is a distinct difference in a word to show the difference between kitsch and schlock.
Yes. I'm like, yeah, there's one ship slightly larger. It's got so very flashy. I'm an important person, but maybe not as important as I think I am. I'm overcompensating sort of tent on there. But I'm thinking maybe a night incursion. That's not a lot of cover, as Henry said.
All right, then. Night incursion it is. We need to be quiet, stealthy. Means I'm getting rid of the full plate. Definitely not taking that.
No.
Medium armor.
Henry?
I quite agree with the gentleman's assertions, and I believe that is the appropriate way to go about things at the moment.
Not flying flags, but I think the bigger ship is probably the one where you might find information about, well...
Do either y'all swim?
I'm a bird.
Birds swim?
It's more like you dive, go underwater, and then come back up again. It's not really swimming exactly. It's more momentum. It's not swimming. Also, it's not good for the oils on my feathers long term. I mean, I do fish, of course, but I wouldn't consider myself a swimmer. Just dipping in and out, you know? You probably weren't asking me, though.
I did say either, y'all. You're part of the y'all, aren't you?
I assume. I don't swim like you would imagine.
And Sarthin responds, I can swim with some proficiency. I'm not 100% perfect at it, but I have some ability to not drown.
And there's just like this kind of moment where Russ is like thinking about this, because Russ doesn't really doesn't think about being underwater often, right? Like, I mean, Russ hunts things in lakes, like fish, that kind of thing, will like swoop down, grab the thing, come back up. But like the idea of, it was just one of those things like, oh yeah, they're like, I'm a being of the air. There are beings that do this in the water for a long time, sort of a thing. And like, you just haven't thought about it. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, cause that's like it's like a weird thought. And was like, then like, Russ was sort of like imagining like, well, what would it be like underwater for a long time? Like, I don't know. Like, it was like, kind of like a little brief sort of
it's like,
imagination.
Did you start imagining that you were a swan?
A little. But then I was not. You know what I mean? It was like,
because you're like, they're assholes too.
Yeah, they're assholes too. I don't like it. But it was just kind of like and I imagine Sarthin sort of saw little images, right, of Russ diving down to catch something and then just kind of like staying down there and then like flapping his wings underwater, like trying to imagine how that would work, right? Like not being for extended time periods, and then just like it not really working, and then kind of like that little image,
it's like
dissipating.
Nope, not happening.
No. And I think that Russ often will just sometimes project not even just words, but like little images to
just sharing mental space.
Yeah.
As if you were perhaps beings of similar vocal ability, you could perhaps be having a conversation with words, but you don't need words with Sarthin. You just need connection, and you have that always and ever. It never goes away. You can kind of dim it if you wish, but you're rye-bonded. It's a permanent connection. You're never alone in your mind.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's just like a very casual, like just little images back and forth. So I think that Russ will often just sort of just think in images in the way that like with a hawk sort of visual stimulus, which means some of the colors might be different than what a two-legged would see, but just these little images.
And so you have a couple hours before nightfall.
Well, we should think about what our priorities are. We've got to find out if these ships are linked to Jarzen or if they're independent. One or the other. Getting evidence back would be important. Something we can return to the Sovereign's finest, just in case. If they're just pirates, then we're fine. If they're not just pirates, if they have letters of marques, or if they're in some way more official, I think it would be important to get some kind of a documentation back to Aldous City.
Of course. So I think our best bet is the vessel with the large, perhaps pretentious person who doesn't actually know that they're not that important.
Yes. Due diligence, of course, but I feel like that's probably the first one.
Start there and then move on to the other two?
Indeed. Henry, I assume you are proposing a two-legged aquatic incursion?
Well, I was thinking I might go under the water and therefore come up behind them on the stern and climb up on the backside.
Yep. Just, again, it's sort of like weird water stuff. You know what I mean? It's just like thinking like
Perhaps you might keep an eye on us from the air and then go from there. But I think a water side would be our best bet.
just be as silent as a hawk or a rhyhawk. It's a joke. It's humor. It's right in humor. Because
All right then. I don't usually talk much.
no, but
And and then he makes eye contact with Sarthan, and Sarthan just kind of snorts and then just pets the back of your head and goes, and on that private little channel the two of you always have, that's always open, he just goes, he was making a joke back at you, dog.
I gotta work on this two-legged humor. I'm working on it.
It's a little awkward to make silent jokes about a gentleman who cannot speak.
Yeah, but you can make noise when you're walking, like tromping on grass, and you know.
It was the humor implied in it, darling.
Well, two-leggeds walk on the ground. They make so much noise.
You are correct. We do make a lot more noise than you do. Although, you're not entirely silent when you're walking on the ground either.
I try not to walk on the ground because I could just perch on your shoulder.
Which is much more comfortable for both of us.
And convenient.
Mm-hmm. And then there's just this, like, you know, of course, this wave of affection and this shift in person. Because you know, it's not aggressive, but it's that shift he makes when he knows you're about to begin a job, and it's shift to professionalism. 100% professionalism. But still, affection is evident to you.
Well, once you start off, I will hit the skies.
So you will wait a couple hours. Penry suggests going into the water a little closer. And close, but not at full dark. So the sunset providing some level of cover for you, but still also light for these these two individuals who are about to swim through open water to these vessels.
And I think that rather than going very high, I think that Russ is going to go low and skim the surface of the water, sort of coming out from out, so that less visibility.
Ooh, a skimmer.
Yeah. But not underwater, because who does that? Swans. Have you met them? They're the worst.
Look, they're still not Canadian geese.
Okay, that's fair. Have you met them? They're the worst. Also, nothing interesting going on with them. Look, it's avian gossip. You don't need to know about it. I'm just saying.
We can have.
Are there crocs? Water down? Let's be fine.
In answer to your question, Crit Witch, no, they're about officially 400 miles from the Varan Marsh, where there are water dino crocs. No, they're a lot closer to a nice sandy gulf.
And I'm going to try to come in from a different angle. So I'm going to try to move around. So I'm not coming from the same direction as they are. And I'm going to try to sort of take the long way around, then come in low from a different direction so that, we're not all in the same spot. Sorry. Give people some distance.
Could you roll me Constitution Stamina?
Of course.
By the way, I'm using your roll for this for both Sarthan and Penry.
7 with 5 stunt points.
Good to know.
Which I'll use that for there's a, bonus if bad things happen. I'd like to take that one.
The bonus. Oh, if you the one that shifts your initiative.
Yeah, there's like one where like, oh no, hey.
Yeah, it's the one that shifts you to a higher initiative.
Yeah. That's the one. That's the one that I would
Yep.
like.
You can definitely do that. I will make a note.
Because there's that one like, oh hey, uh, like advantageous positioning.
Advantageous positioning is what it's called.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get
the
there
upper
a little
hand.
faster because even through.
Yeah, and the upper hand. Those
Yep.
two.
Yeah, okay. You get there a little faster than Penry and Sarthan.
Clearly.
You know.
Because, they're swimming. Just,
They're swimming in open water.
Yeah. Which I'm sure is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Into this cove. And I'm going to just do a thing.
Worrisome.
Feel like doing a thing.
I'm just noting which focuses I use. That's all for future references. Mm-hmm. Worrisome. Just worrisome. Hey, chat. I really worry when Prax makes those sounds. Those are things that make me worried.
Cool.
Also, when Prax says "cool," that's also a time when I worry. Just gonna note it. Mm-hmm.
We
Also,
have an
that
emote
look.
for that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, concern. I mean, I'm not saying I'm concerned, but I'm not saying I'm not concerned.
So you are coming in. As you come in from the air, you notice that these ships, as the sun has begun to set, have shifted and have let sail go. Large, dark sails.
Have they started moving, or?
Yes, slowly out of the inlet, under oar power.
I report back. Sarthan, Mir, Penry. They've set sail. They're moving. It's still slow. It's either they just started, but they are looking like they're taking off. How far are you? And which of the three ships is in the lead?
It's kind of like smaller ship, big ship in the middle, small ship. Escort.
Yeah. I'm like,
formation.
They're doing an escort formation with the schlocky ship in the middle. I'll just call it Schlock number 1. It's Schlock Force 1. That's I feel like that's humor.
There is slight laughter that comes through. Like that. Laughter. Okay, you tried. It was halfway funny. Not a lot, but...
Getting better.
Mm-hmm.
We've got this. How far out are you? What's your ETA?
Assuming your travel is correct, about 10 minutes.
And which direction are they heading in relationship to the path that my pals are taking?
So they're going to have to come... It's one of those... Your pals are sailing or swimming west, and these guys are coming south out of the inlet. So that they're going to have to...
Yeah. But they're not coming in space will make it harder for them to get there, because they're going to I don't have to worry about them missing them.
No. You do not have to worry about them missing them. Within 10 minutes, you're pretty sure that the lead boat and Schlock Force 1 will,
You can't see me wagging my eyebrows, but I just did.
Look, I have to write this down.
As well you should.
And Schlock Force 1 will maybe clear the inlet mouth
Oh.
before they get there, but the second, the second guard ship won't.
Just a quick question as I'm looking, right? All three ships, what are we looking at in terms of waterline? How full of cargo do these ships seem to be? Are they like in a light to go up and get some stuff and come back? Is like, I'm just kind of I'm trying to get a sense of their, I want to gather as much detail as I can for my.
How much does Russ know about ships?
Well, I live in Aldous, so I see ships on the river, on the lake. I think I would know. I'm like not a professional ship person because I grew up in Aldous City.
So you grew up in, you're more landlocked and riverboats and lake ships. Roll me nautical lore, which by the way is a skill in this game.
It is knowing the sea, its creatures, ships, and sailing. And I will note that Russ is not a super book person. Russ is not super booky. 9.
You can't quite tell because it's skimming. It looks like there's not an excessive draw, right? It's not like it's heavy, but you can't tell if it's like standard ballast weight, standard cargo weight, but it's not overweighted.
Right. So what I can tell is it's not like super heavy, right? It's not like super different than it was earlier the last time I saw them. Like, so
the weight, it does not, well, from what you can tell, it doesn't look like the draw on the water draw is different than what you saw earlier.
Yeah. I imagine it's like, okay, nothing weird from a person who's not an expert in ships, right? So I sort of report back, I'm like, it doesn't seem anything, it's nothing excessive, it doesn't look like. They don't look like overburdened. The draw's not super heavy. They're under oar power at the moment. Like I'm just kind of trying to get a sense of like lighting, like activity. Just kind of get a sense of like what am I looking at in terms of how many people are on the
With that, you can kind of I can give you this. You're pretty sure they're under oar power because of the size of the mouth of the inlet. Yeah. Right? They need to be careful going in and out. They're being careful. They're not overly fast. They're using oars to kind of maneuver in addition to the rudder use.
Is there a lot of people on deck? I'm looking for things like people that my friends need to look out for, right? When they're like
on deck, you don't see a lot of people.
Okay.
You can roll me perception seeing, and I'm going to tell you that there's a penalty because it's almost dark. No, you don't get night vision. You have night vision. Never mind. Don't matter.
I have night vision.
You do have night vision. It don't matter for you.
Because I'm a bird. That's a 4. I think I'm going to re-roll.
That's an 11.
That's an 11. It's an 11 because I'm good at this, but I feel like I can do a re-roll, which is
well, you have 5 conviction points from your friends in chat.
I do, and a conviction allows a re-roll. Yes.
Yes, conviction allows a re-roll.
I would like to use one, please, for a re-roll because that was bad, and I will give up those 2 stunt points.
I mean, literally, that's almost as bad as you could roll.
That's almost like it's not the worst, but I will do a 14 instead.
Yeah, which is better.
Yeah.
Which is better. There are like 4 or 5 people you can see on the deck of each vessel. Hellman, you can hear a drum beat being called. You can see one person in the bow of each ship calling as more of a calling direction.
Yeah. Crow's nest?
Not in the crow's nest at the moment.
Okay.
But you do see like a couple, shifting around on deck.
I'm going to note to sort of ship back to them kind of just like a visual of where I see people so they can make a better choice of where they want to sort of come up so that they, don't come up right where somebody might be. You know, because that would be bad.
That would be bad.
That would be bad. Yes.
Penry, Sarthan communicates to you because Penry, and it's not personal, but Penry definitely gauged in those 5 days that the two of you are very used to working together.
Yeah.
So he's going to let Sarthan be the point of communication between the two, you and the group.
Yeah.
Because that way it's faster.
Yeah. I'm going to do because it's part of my job, right? Is to just have eyeballs. That's my job, eyeballs. Also, while I'm here, give him a little, I'm going to just eyeball psychically, just a little.
Oh, psychic perception? Sure, you can psychic perception.
Just going to do that. Just,
you can get a psychic perception.
No big deal. And I'm sure the response is going to be, there's nothing to see here, move on, because so like me calling for this is not to imply, I'm just noting it. 16. Just I know the answer
only
is
psychic connection that you can feel right now is the one between you and Sarthan, and the one you kind of put up together with Penry. Perfect. And the one Penry has with Sarthan.
That is awesome. That is what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Just checking. So I don't want to hear other things, because that would be, you're like, you sense corruption and death. That would make me distressed. But like, luckily I don't, so it's fine. I just due diligence.
As you are perceiving the escort ship and Schlock Force 1 clear the inlet, you can feel Sarthan in the back of your mind saying that he and Penry will come up on port side. No. Starboard side. It was like, I had to go south for a minute.
Yeah. I was like, okay, wait, south.
South would be starboard.
Yep.
I'm not going north. Starboard side. Starboard aft on the large vessel.
Good. I make sure that I keep myself right, like not sun side, but the other side, so that like I am less visible.
Yeah, the water, the sun has just hit the water line. It's a beautiful reflection. It's really nice, bright reds and purples. It's a beautiful sunset.
It's good, because people without my kind of eyes don't have as good visibility. That'll be good cover.
Could you roll athletics, please? I'll give you a +2.
Yes.
I'm just having you roll for everybody on your side is what I'm doing.
Sure.
And just letting you use all of your stats and things.
Yes. Athletics is
it is
I imagine this is some sort of dexterity, but I do not see.
Okay, excuse me, it's acrobatics is the title. Sorry.
I got it. I do not yet have aerobatics, but I will one of these days. I want you to know it. That is a thing that I'm going to have. 17.
Cool.
Look, aerobatics. I'm going to do it.
Yeah, because there's acrobatics and then there's strength climbing. But I'm just using acrobatics for them to get out of the water and up the side of the ship. I mean, technically it could be climbing, but there are, because this is basically a trireme, there are built-in along the aft side of the ship climb points.
May I ask you a trireme question?
Yes.
Do these ships have eyeballs on them?
You didn't see any.
Not actual eyeballs. I just meant.
You didn't see any.
Okay. I was just curious, because I always love the
It in these As your two companions have breached the water and start, like, they're slow climbing in shadow. And at this point, the sails are dropped and unfurled, and they're not black sails like you think of in a pirate ship, you know, or these black sails that are dyed that way. These are darkened sails so that you don't see them under cover of night. There's no white reflection on the water. And by this point, the vessel has moved out of the inlet. All of the vessels are out of the inlet, and they're moved to a moving at speed out south into open water.
Right. I'm going to sort of keep trailing to sort of distance, but sort of keep eyes. And I'm going to want to note, especially because I think I'll have a slightly better perspective than people clinging to the side of a boat, if when they start veering direction, because you don't just go south forever, you're going to want to turn, and I want to know which way they're going to turn if they do. Trying to figure out where they're navigating towards is what I'm sort of interested in, because
Sure.
I wonder where they're going.
They travel south about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. By this point, they're in deep water, open water. Maybe 10 miles offshore. Maybe 15.
So I know that there's a southeast. There's Pirate Islands, the Pirate Isles. If they are pirates, they might head that way. If they're not, they might not. But also Jarzan's that direction as well. So it's just like I'm just kind of like I'm trying to sort of like in my mind start thinking about like possible locations, or if there are sort of merchant trade routes. Like so for me, I'm trying to think as I'm like trailing. Trying to think about the.
I mean, that sounds like navigation.
Yes, and it's sort of that kind of anticipation. You're like, where I'm like, okay, well, what are the possibilities, so that I can anticipate things in case they go.
I feel it's navigation.
11.
I mean, right now they're just heading south. It could be either to the Pirate Isles or Jarzan, or even perhaps to Whis.
Or if they decide to turn west,
west, they could turn west to the Scatterstar Archipelago and then into Lartia.
I'm gonna keep
pace,
keep watch. Mostly importantly, because I know that I have got the backed up overview enough to sort of be able to sort of sense where they might be going in a way that my compatriots might not. And I also want to just keep an eye on the people on the decks, right, of the ships, just for alarm, right? I want to make sure that if people see my compatriots, I want to see it before as soon as possible so I can let them know. So I'm basically sort of being their guardian angel in bird form.
Yep. You're all of that. Could you roll me perception seeing? Yes. Or perception hearing?
We'll go seeing. 22 with 6 stunt points, which I'll use, for to get other things. Let's do that makes me wonder what should I get for cheap. The upper hand. Because I can get both of those in. So we'll do that. I'll get the upper hand, and then I'll take one more second. I'm going to take tracking. Since I've been watching a bit, 13 for tracking.
So as you can see, they're definitely proceeding south into open water. At this point, they're don't seem to be going, you're pretty sure with the distance that they've traveled, you know, not all of that. They're like, you know, they're in out of the shoals into open water.
Are they still within sight of the shores?
To a value of it, yes, but not. I mean, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing really here, but they're going south, and they're probably, you know, they're in your sight of the shore, barely, okay. But they're probably barely. not. But they're probably not in two-legged sight of the shore. They're probably clearing the horizon at about now, particularly in the dark.
But we're still in a time period where, when it comes to navigation, like sailing navigation, you just don't like sail off in open water, right?
No, you sail by the stars, or by you would usually not go into deep water. You don't have the vessels for it.
Right. I'm gonna note that.
You note that the two, so they had been sailing, all three, in the line, effectively, particularly to clear the inlet. And they made, you know, they were continuing at this. At this point, Sarthin and Penry have both informed you that they are at the deck, but haven't come up on the deck yet because they're, you know, gauging the appropriate time to... They took their time and did this slowly, and now they're waiting for an appropriate time when they can get over the top. This is the point where you notice that the follow escort ship has come around to parallel on the west side, the non-friend side. The Schlock Force one.
Hey, this is to both of them. The follow ship is coming alongside the starboard side of the ship.
No, port.
Port?
They're on starboard.
Starboard? No, the port side of the ship. Penry, you're at home on the water. Is this sailing pattern normal behavior? I feel like you're outside of vision of the shoreline for two-leggeds, and I'm not quite certain where this ship is heading.
I'm not 100% sure this does not seem appropriate and normal. And as you are receiving this message, I need you to make a decision.
Yes. That sounds bad. Go on.
No, you know, things happened. Cool. I need you to decide, and to let me know just a simple, simple answer. Do not stop.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Just a simple answer.
Worrisome.
Is a 13 going to hit you?
Is a 13 going to hit me? I imagine so, but let me check. Because I am... no, it will not.
Oh.
It will not.
Hold on. I get to do a thing because I have stunt points, though.
My defense is a 14, and I believe actually I get one more. I think like a bonus defense in there. That happens sometimes, not others.
Cool. So you do not get hit by this bolt of arcane energy that comes flying out at you specifically, and you just see this dark blue-gray lightning.
Which ship is it coming from? I would assume it's a ship.
It's coming from a gentleman standing in the bow of Schlock Force 1.
Yeah, rude. Just a quick question. What is he wearing?
I'll go with that 22 perception. He looks like a sailor.
Okay. He looks like an average sailor.
Although
big bolt of arcane energy. So
there's a giant staff in his hand, so you know.
I see a giant staff. Cool.
Not giant. I mean, I guess like scale is everything, so you know, it's a little bit taller than him, and you assume he's about 6 feet, so maybe 7 feet, and it's got this big glowing crystal on it, and it's
cool.
You know,
cool
shooting at you.
Big glowing crystal, neat. I am just going to have that image sort of like, you know, go out as you do. I'm going to bank the other direction to draw attention away from my friends. And I'm going to start getting altitude is what I'm going to do. Because I would like my friends not to be looked at, and that's what I would like. I'm going to start getting altitude right about now. So I'm gonna go to circling is what I'm gonna do. So
you're going to go circling. Well, as you give that image, both Brynmore Penry and Sarthan Mir are going to come up over the side of the deck finally and attempt to overwhelm the individuals on deck. They both have swords. They are engaged immediately. By the helmsman and 2 other individuals who were under the tent that you couldn't see.
I'm gonna mark the person with the staff. Just it's a minor action.
So I'm just gonna do a quick.
So good.
Just a quick, you know, not a real map because.
Yeah, I know it's fine.
I'm just gonna, you know, just do a.
Sure, just feeling great about it. Whew.
I just need a shape.
Yeah, I just hey chat, just That's not what I need. Pretty excited. Yeah. And just marking that person as my prey. Just gonna do it. Yeah. A minor action. Yeah.
So we've got the person that you marked as your prey. We've got this purple tent here. I'm just gonna put you on this little map. It's all the way at the bottom because I'm doing this freehand.
Sweet. Yep, I see it. I'm not worried at all.
And your 2 companions are here and here in blue.
Okay.
And then your enemies, I'm gonna put in fuchsia.
Nice. Fuchsia's a great color. Hey, your turn, my turn. If everything's fine, I wouldn't worry about it right now at all. I mean, we're on a boat. I'm not on a boat. I'm flying. my two
Give me
colleagues,
a second. Yep.
Sarthanir and Brynmore Henry have climbed up on top of this boat that we are infiltrating, but we have been spotted, and somebody with magic has just attacked me. Hopefully, we're on a boat in the middle of open water, like 10, 15, 20, 30 miles from shore, maybe a little bit longer. And it's great, I think, is how it is. It's fine. There's no problem at the moment. It looks bad. It looks like there are a bunch of them and not a bunch of us, but I'm sure it's your turn, my turn. It sounds safe. Yep. Mm-hmm. Totally safe is
I would like to just say that hi.
Yeah.
This is my very professional rendering of this boat in relation to
I'm not even worried at all.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's my and
yep.
There you go. And now you guys can actually see. We are you can just see them.
Yeah.
So the guys in blue are your sovereign's finest.
Yes.
The individuals in purple, please ignore the name under Trooper. He is still playing Russ. I just using the battle map for the original overlay and not wanting to mess with the cameras too much.
Sure.
So that when we come back for season 2, I don't have to change it.
No, makes sense.
So, this is, by the way, this is the individual here with who's your friend with the big old crystal staff.
Yep.
Yep. And these 3 individuals are all going to take a swing at...
that's rude.
At a Sarthan, and...
We did get a +3 to our initiative.
You did, but they have a surprise attack because they had an 18 for...
That's rude.
Their perception.
It's rude.
Look,
I'm just noting it. I'm just noting that it's rude.
They heard you.
Well, also rude. They should not be listening. Did anyone ask them to spy on us? No. They should have been sleeping.
You say that, but I don't think so. So they're going to each have 2 attacks against them.
Oh gosh.
21, and those are both going to hit. So Sarthan and then Henry are both have... I'm just gonna use this as a... just gonna use this. Just this is fine.
Okay.
What is thingy majigger? I know. I'll use...
Okay.
I just feel that Vashard should be the stats for damage.
Okay. Really? What about... oh gosh. Okay,
14.
but what about not Vashard? What about, like, Cecilia for damage?
Nope.
Physical damage?
No. So they're both going to take 14, so after their armor, they're going to get some stoppage off of that. But
are these people coming out of the tent, do they also look like regular sailors?
They all look like regular sailors, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just asking.
They don't... There's no one here who looks like, fancy McFancy pants that goes with this fancy-ass tent.
Yeah. Just wondering. Mm-hmm. It's cool. Mm-hmm. Cool.
And then this last person is going to try and shoot at you.
It's fine.
But with a bow and arrow. And he does not have dark vision, night vision, so he...
And he has to add 20 yards.
Yeah. has to add 20 yards to the distance, which means but he gets to aim, so he gets +1. So he ends up, it's going to be 5, so a 16.
16 will hit because I am at a 15, I believe. Let me just check.
Because you are currently circling.
Yeah, I'm circling, so I'm at a 15. Is what I got. So yes. Yeah. Okay. I'm much further away than that, but because I can be like or my speed is 18, so I would have been like
for 9 damage to hit you.
Okay.
As
so
this
7.
Very heavy arrow hits you. So it's now y'all's turn.
I will go to flying high, which will be my major action, and I will take aim at the mage.
Take aim at whom?
The person with the staff, my prey.
Oh, the mage. Yes. Cool.
Yep.
What would you like Sarthan and Penry to do?
Well, they're going to have to defend themselves and not die. They're going to have to engage in murder.
They have to engage in murder. I love your choice in action here.
I mean, otherwise that'll be bad for them.
I'm going to use,
throw people overboard. All the things you can do.
Yeah. So I'm going to start with Penry. He is
defensive murder.
Defensive murder is an option. You want him to throw people overboard? He will throw people overboard. Yeah. He is going to use his. I'm just using this.
By the way, instead of aim, I can aim next turn. I'll put up my psychic weapon this turn. Since psychic weapon's a minor action, so I'll do that for my minor action.
So you put up the psychic weapon.
Yes.
But you can't attack with it yet. You have to
No,
attack.
no,
It's
no.
a major action to attack with it, but it's up in there.
Yeah, but I have to roll my fatigue.
Yes, you do have to roll your fatigue check.
Yes. And I don't think I have to roll to actually activate it, but I just have to roll to.
No, you don't have to roll to activate it. You just have to roll the fatigue check. You're fine.
Yes. And then I can aim.
Cool. Penry is going to use his duelist ability to try and stab.
Very concerned about this, everybody.
He stab.
Oh, good. That there should be stabbing, right? There should be stabbing and overboarding and defensive murder.
And he's going to do some defensive murder. And then shift his position to try and shove the guy the larger one is Sarthan, the smaller one is Penry. He's going to try and shift himself to shove this guy that he just stabbed over the side.
Good. This is also, what are the other ships doing?
Well, the lead ship seems to be turning around and coming up on your other side.
Great. That's cool. That's cool. Sounds fun.
Nice. And the ship to your east seems to be laying out boarding planks.
Okay. That's not great.
So would you like to roll? It is your turn. We're just gonna do popcorn initiative because.
I'm going to let them go first. The boys.
Okay, so Penry went, so then it's Sarthan. What would you like Sarthan to do?
So we've got one of them. Did we get one of them off the ship?
Not yet. He stabbed him and then positioned himself to do so.
Yeah, they're they're gonna go and try to board on the side where they are. Yeah.
No, they're okay. The boarders, the individuals who are boarding, are going to be coming from a ship that's here.
I see.
And then the other ship is going to try and come up here.
I would like the boys to do more stabbing, but try to get some cover as best they can.
Stabbing and trying getting cover.
Okay. This thing here, right? This is like a platform.
That's the tent.
That's the tent.
That's like your big purpley tent.
That's the big purpley tent. So, like, if they could stab, but maybe back up, so that tent is, so that these people don't have, these folks don't have just like clear line of sight on them.
Okay.
You know, because like I don't want them getting shot with things. That seems rude.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make things even easier because I'm going to do.
Oh.
That's Penry.
Oh, nice. Is there? I'm looking. Are there like people barking orders?
Not at the moment. It is entirely silent, which is very surprising.
Yeah, that's great.
That's Sarthan. And Penry moved himself. Oh, Penry moved himself.
Mm.
Why are you not... Penry moved himself over here to shove this guy off. Sarthan is going to then, because you asked so politely, try and shove this individual to just below him off.
Yeah.
Ooh,
okay.
And he will do so.
Yep. I'm gonna just like
Bye-bye.
Borders.
Bye-bye.
Orders.
There you go. He's falling off the ship. He gonna die off the ship. Well, he's in the water.
Yeah.
He is now in the water. Anyone in the light blue is now in the water.
Nice. In the water. I like it. It's good. It's good. What are the other folks doing at the moment?
And then Sarthan is going to... What do you mean?
What are the villains doing? I'm going to just call them villains because I don't like them.
Okay, well, this guy is about to shoot at you again. This guy is the guy who shot at... This one is the one who shot at you. This is the one who... the mage who's going to shoot at you again. And and these people are trying to bring the ship up alongside so that they can lay out boarding planks.
Yeah.
You still have a full round before they'll get there.
Great. Awesome. I'm going to let them know, but I have to cut my communications because sadly I cannot do keeping a psychic connection
well, you have a permanent non-psychic. You have a permanent psychic connection through your Rybond that doesn't take any control. So you always know where Sarthan is. You can always communicate with him.
Say to Sarthan, borders. I will aim. I'm going to dive at the mage. That's what I'm going to do.
So, conviction. You have 5 conviction points because Simon just gave you 1.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you. I am going to dive at that one that I don't like, the mage type, because I do not want that mage attacking my friends, because that could be real bad. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a plus. Oh goodness, I've got a +1 at least. So we're going to do that. I'm a little oof. Are you ready? I don't know if you are. I don't.
I mean, I'm ready. I don't know what your problem is.
All right. Here we go. I'm going to do it. I'm going to roll. I get +2 to this. So that'll be 24 plus 5 stunt points. I'm going to use Pierce armor for 1 because I have a bonus for that. So I'll pierce armor, and then I get 4 more. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Knock prone for 2.
Who are we hitting?
The mage.
Cool.
So that's pierce armor, knock prone. And disarm. That's what I'll use my stunt points on.
Okay, so as you dive down and come at him, he tries to push his arm up to knock you away, and that, unfortunately, he automatically does this with his right hand, and he's holding his staff in his right hand, and as you do so, you just kind of knock into it, and so he knocks his staff as you shove him with your wing into his face, and he falls backwards on his ass onto the deck of the ship.
May I? I'm gonna roll my damage.
Yes, roll your damage.
I will. I have a question.
Yes.
Is his dex less than 4?
Is his dex less than 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I can do a pinpoint attack. Here we go. Damage.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, so that'll be 9 plus 1 for the dive. That's 10. That was a terrible roll. Plus the 1d6 for pinpoint. That's 1. Terrible
11.
again. That's 11. And I get 1 more because this is my prey. So 12.
So 12 points of damage.
By the way, that's 12 points of damage, and I was rolling 3d6 plus 5. 3d6 plus 7. So that was a terrible roll.
Oof.
Yeah, 3d6 plus 7, and I...
No, you rolled 3d6, you rolled 2d6 plus 5.
Oh, yeah, but I have the pinpoint, so it's a total of...
So it's a
3d6.
total of 3d6 plus 6.
Plus 7. Plus 2, right? 1 for the... One for the mark. Yeah. So 3d6 plus 7. I rolled 12. Oh, that's bad.
Yep. So he's knocked prone. He's knocked the weapon out. You've definitely done some damage to his face and his arm. The gentleman with the long bow, however, he gonna try and hit you again.
Yep.
He gonna take aim, but he doesn't have to because he's a marksman. 14?
No, because I have my defense is 14, but I get a +1 if I'm aware of an attack and not wearing armor.
Okay.
Which is a 15.
So the other guy is going to get up from prone.
Oh my goodness.
Which is a minor action.
Ooh. And his staff is 1d6 plus something meters away.
Yeah.
1d6 plus 0.
So he's just going to get up and he's going to defend himself. If he's a meter, he's going to move over and pick up he's going to move over and pick up the staff. But that just moves him a meter. It's not big.
Yeah. Didn't get very far.
The person here and these two are going to both attack Sarthan and Penry. Because they can, and they do not like, you know.
And I'm going to keep my momentum going.
So attack 1, that's going to hit, and that's going to hit. Yay!
No. Rude. I feel like they're not supposed to hit us. I feel like that's rude. It's just my thought.
So 15, actually, and 15. But the first attack I had 5 stunt points.
Oh gosh.
And they're going to use those 5 stunt points to do a lightning attack and take another attack against Penry. Because they can. So they're going to do another attack against Penry.
How armored are these folks?
The gentleman that you attacked didn't seem very armored.
Okay.
But the other two, well, I mean, one's in the water, and the other one stood up to an attack from Penry, but doesn't seem to. He took damage, but maybe not all of it.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
That's gonna hit.
No, I mean, if you want. I mean, if that's what you want, I mean, it's fine. If that's. Oh.
And then he's gonna do the 14 damage to Penry. Oof, that's
come on.
not good.
No, that's not. No.
But they're engaged, and
Question about the tent.
Yep.
How many openings are in this tent?
It's like a. There are 4. It's like there's 2. It's like here and here. They're just posts, and so there's like it goes over the top, and so there's an opening here in the middle and on either side, but not along the back.
Okay, because I've got momentum. I think I would have wanted to sort of carry through to see what was in that tent, because I'm flying.
Oh, you're gonna carry through to see what's in that tent?
Because I've got like a lot of movement.
Okay, don't forget to move your token so that I can make sure I know where
I've got I've got like 8. I've got an 18 move, which is like 30. What is that? 16.
Yeah, you have an
like
obscene
50.
amount of you have an obscene amount of movement. So yeah.
So like as I'm flying through, right, then I'm just gonna like so. As part of my movement.
Cool. Could you roll me perception seeing?
Of course, that's part of my movement. Just sure.
Yeah, it's just part of your movement. It's what you're seeing as you go by. I'm gonna give you a -1 for because it's the flyby, and you're trying to avoid things, so maybe not finding everything. So a 17 instead of an 18 is not really worth anything for you. You're not gonna get to use the stunt points because this is a extra action that I'm allowing. You know what I mean?
It's just walking. Yeah.
And this particular. You notice in large there's a chair, there's a desk, there's a couple very large amphorae? Clay pots.
Pointed bottoms.
Yeah, but picture the top of an amphorae, but they're not pointed because you can't really just stand. They have to be in racks if they're standing. Yeah. And they're not in racks. They're just an amphorae with a flat bottom, just kind of here and there.
Large?
Yeah.
How many? Like, and as a quick flyby, like many, like 1, 2, many. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't need an exact number. Many. Okay. Just okay. Many. Desk, amphorae, many. Chair. Papers,
there's a rug.
Okay. Schlocky?
A little.
Person?
No.
Okay. Papers. Desk. Empty, not empty.
Nothing you can see on the top of it.
Okay. Just so that, like a rug, desk, chair, amphorae, many, out. Torches.
You don't see any. They're running dark. They've been running dark the whole time.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's it. As I tick for my movement. Yep, that's it. Yep. Yep.
So that was.
Because when I dive, I can do double my movement. So it's like
all of the bad guys' turns. It is now the good guys' turns.
Okay. I go from flying to circling.
Okay, flying to circling.
And I head off like another 18.
Okay, so you're flying around.
Yeah, I'm super far away. It takes me a while to set up. Yeah.
You're going from flying to circling. What would you like?
Just like
and you want the
checking out.
What would you like these two guys? What would you like Henry and Sarthan to do?
And I just let them see what's in the tent, so they know it's there. They need to not die. They need to, protect each other and get rid of those people. Because I know that
okay,
Henry's
so they're defensive murdering again.
Yeah, because they have to get out of there and get themselves some space. Because right now, if they're like, let's hang out, those people are going to stab them, and that's no good. It's no good at all.
Okay, so Henry is going to do some serious defensive murdering, and he's wielding 2 swords.
Okay, all right.
So
okay.
he's gonna do some defensive murdering, and he's also going to. I have stunt points! Yay! He's going to use that to shove this person off the ship. Woohoo!
Yes.
Defensive murdering into the water.
Yes, please.
And then
yes,
he's
please.
going to move his movement into the tent.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Got it. They know what's in there. Sarthan knows what's in there.
And then Sarthan is going to...
Russ is just says out loud, well, to Sarthan. Right, it's not actually out loud, it's to Sarthan, just like, but not to Sarthan, but like is saying it, but Sarthan can hear it.
Yep.
Below decks. What's below decks? What's going? Just kind of like thinking about like where threats might come from.
Thinking out loud.
In a private psychic connection.
In a private psychic connection with your Rye bonded.
Yes. Who's gonna be fine?
Who's gonna be absolutely fine? So he's going to just hit the guy who is in front of him. He's going to use his big old long sword to do some damage. Hold on, that's not right.
No. And I'm just like, as I'm doing my slow circle, right? I'm moving up to circling. I'm just watching everything.
So he's going to do some damage, and then he's going to try and he's going to move himself around. Not disengaging, but moving around. The mage is back to standing up.
I've got my guard up, but no, that's what.
It is now their turn.
Yep.
How far away are you? You are...
I should be like 18 and a half. So let's say 18 plus 5 plus 4 plus 9 is 27, and then 20 up, so 47.
Oh, you're still within his range. Even at his long range. So he's gonna try and hit you again.
Yeah, it's fine. I get a +2 to defense.
He's 17.
14, 15, 16, 17 tied.
I forget, does the tie go to the defender in this system?
Oh,
I don't remember. I'm blanking. Hold on a moment. Please wait while I check things.
Sure. Yeah, I'm here for it. Yeah. Yep. I'm so excited. Yeah. Yeah. It's so good. It's the best. Like, we're not even... Yeah.
Equal to or greater to the opponent's defense you hit. I hate you.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm like at the edge of his long range. I get clipped.
Yep, just clipped.
Oof.
Just clipped.
It's fine. Y'all. Remember, my job is eyeballs. That's my job. It's fine.
7.
That's 5. Okay. as I get hit, like in one of the wings, it goes through my.
It just kind of clips out, shoots out one of your pin feathers. Or actually, like one of your primaries, probably, not just your pin.
Yep, it's good. It's good.
Crit Witch has just given you another blessing.
Thank you. Crit Twitch.
Crit Twitch, and now we are sitting at 6. Just throwing that out there. Remember, by the way,
for rerolls, right?
You can use those for rerolls and to not die.
Okay.
Just so you know. Oh, and then the mage. The mage is gonna try and
I caw at them. I'm far away, but I caught them anyway.
shoot at
Me?
No.
Yes. Why wouldn't have you seen me? I'm so good looking, and mages clearly want to attack me.
No, the mage is lighting up the sky. Yeah, he works. He shoots a blast upwards, and all like a golden dome just kind of showers over the ship. And there's just like this light that kind of floats over the ship and stays there for a little bit. And as it starts to fall, you notice 4 things happen at once. The vessel that was coming up alongside drops its boarding planks. This vessel veers hard east.
To get distance.
And the oars on this ship drop.
I.e. to continue sailing or to stop? They're dropping into the water?
No. Well, they are.
Yeah.
Just not that anybody's in control of them.
Okay. Like if there were people who had been oaring before, they have stopped oaring. Like immediately all of them at one time.
Yep. And this...
It's not suspicious.
Yeah, I don't know why you would be concerned. This guy is just going to try and hit... Did he hit Sarthan yet?
No. Is the drummer still going?
Nope. Well, I mean, you hear the drummer on the... You hear two drums?
Yeah. I don't like it. I just thought I'd share.
Okay. This guy's going to try and hit Sarthan. Ooh, I'm pretty sure a 20 is going to hit.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's just a quick question.
Yeah.
It's about conviction.
Yep.
It allows you a reroll.
Yes, it does.
Does it allow you...
To force a reroll on your opponent? No.
Dang it. I was just asking. Okay. I just wanted to know. It's just a question.
If... Is it... you can reroll. You can spend a point of conviction to dodge without using an action to do so. You can recover, which means you spend a point of conviction to recover 1d6 plus your constitution and level and health points as a free action. You can surge. You can spend a conviction point to gain an additional major or minor action during the round. And it doesn't change your initiative order. And you can spend a point of conviction to survive or redeem yourself.
So could we spend one of those points of conviction so that Sarthan might get that dodge bonus?
Look, even with a 2, he's
really?
Not gonna...
Because that's a 20. Yeah. I see. It's cool.
Like, I will let you.
No, I take it his defense is not like 19.
No, his defense is not 19.
Yeah. Like nobody's defense is 19.
Nobody's defense is 19.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, there possibly are some people whose defense is 19, but his is not.
Yeah. I'm just gonna in my mind imagine that and wish for that, and it's not gonna come true. But it just
it's a thing to wish for. So 16.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well.
And I still have 6 stunt points.
Oh, do you?
I
don't.
do.
I feel like you lost those stunt points, right?
No,
like, didn't you just drop them somewhere?
I have those stunt points. They're right there. He's going to use a lightning attack and try and hit him again.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Ooh, but a 13 will not hit this time.
Okay.
And now it's Sarthan and Penry and yours turn.
I see Sarthan get hit, and I make a cry, a hawk cry. I take my major action to go to flying high.
Cool. Penry is in here looking through the desk. Roll me your search.
Okay.
Because I just statted them out for like basic combats because I was always going to roll in them.
18 plus a little bit of stunt points.
He will find a ledger and like 3 ledgers and a bound scroll of papers. With a seal on it.
Okay. I hope he should tell us.
You feel the mental connection that's open between you and Sarthan and Penry. Bryn Mawr Penry. Open. And again, it's non-verbal communication because he can't verbalize.
Yeah.
So or vocalize, excuse me. So he psychically, I found some appropriate information. I believe it is time for us to vacate this vessel.
Yep.
So he's going to try, and
it's just like a oilcloth, right? Just like the idea that stuff needs to probably not get wet.
Yeah, he grabbed it had a scroll tube. The scroll was in a scroll tube, and the ledger he shoved it, wrapped in an oilcloth quickly. And he's going to move his wrong way. He's going to move his movement to the edge of here because he spends his turn searching.
Yeah.
And then Sarthan is, you want not to get dead, right?
Yes.
He's going to try and not get dead. Because he... Ooh, hello. $16 barely hits this guy, though.
Oh, okay.
For 17 damage. He's doing some serious damage here.
Okay, good. He can get out of there. It's fine. It's fine. And I'm super up high in the air at the moment.
Cool. It's their turn.
Yeah, because I'm set up.
It's their turn. This guy...
Is that guy just not... Isn't he just
No.
dead now?
No. He
Demoralized?
hasn't taken any damage, and he got to shoot you twice, so he's fine.
No. I meant the guy that's on Sarthan. Isn't he just giving up? That guy? Doesn't he feel bad?
We're not worried. He's not there yet. This gentleman is going to. He's going to run and jump here.
Oh no, that's bad. What does that mean? I don't like that.
Yeah, he's gonna make it. Barely, but he will make it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Let me check something. Let me check. What is this? Time. What does this count as? Yeah. I go flying high, which is a major action. For my minor, I'd like to use second sight.
Cool.
To see what that thing was, The thing. Yeah, let's do that. and just maybe I can figure out what that might be. Test perception psychic. And so that's like a 12, 13, 14 with 5 stunt points. 14 for the
with this perception, you're pretty sure it was just a light.
Okay.
Perhaps a signal, but a light.
But all those people just kind of, maybe they passed out down below decks. That seems sketch. What do you think? I think I made my...
you made your fatigue check. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're...
Okay. That's okay,
You're
good.
at 7 conviction points, by the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Just so you have... No, you haven't.
Okay.
So...
Signal. Just scanning,
Mm-hmm.
as I'm way up in the air. Just really far away from everybody. Preparing.
This gentleman here is going to run from Sarthan.
No.
And jump.
No. So here's the thing about that. I feel like that's implying bad things, and Russ just goes, "The jumping ship. Get out of there."
And the glowing staff on the mage, from the mage's hand, shoots out this bolt, similar to that bolt of lightning that first hit you, and hits the amphorae under the tent. And the ship explodes. And you see the mage just kind of fall gracefully, almost. Slowly, way too slowly for this to be right. Into the water, but almost onto a, waiting vessel. I need you to roll acrobatics twice, please.
Okay. First one is a 20 plus 6 stunt points used for all of the goodness. And the second one is a 15 with no stunt points.
Henry will be flung, because he's closest to the explosion, off the side of the ship. He will take 14 shrapnel damage. He is not looking good, but he's in the water. Sarthan will have heard you barely, and just as the explosion happens, has made it to the side of the vessel, and the force of the explosion will fling him off as well. He will take a moment to bob under the water, but with that 20, he'll come back up.
Okay. Is that them? Our bad guys? I'm just Sarthan. And it's just like, and I know that he needs a moment, right? I know that he needs a moment, so I'm not weirded out too much right now.
You can still feel his connection.
You know
he's
doing
there.
My job.
He's
doing my job.
He's a little hurt, but... And then you see the vessel with the mage get on the vessel that was pulling around and bears away to one direction, and the other security boat bears away to the other, in the other. One going east, one going west, opposite directions. And
one going east, one going west. Which one's going east? The one with the mage?
Yes.
Go on. I see.
And the rest of this ship is a big old mess of fire.
Okay, fire. Okay, cool. Fire. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That looks great, everybody. You can't see it, but there's a lot of red, angry scriggles all over the former boat. If you want to know,
I mean, if you want to see, it's a artistic masterpiece.
it is. It's
an artistic masterpiece.
It's what I feel like on the inside right now. There's the squiggles of doom. The mage no insignia or identifying things. I am going to take my turn to attack the mage. I don't want the mage to attack my friends in the water. And I can get there from here because I'm flying high. I need to keep everybody away from my colleagues. I would like them not to be paying attention to them in the water. And I don't want them to attack Henry or Sarthan.
Go ahead and make your roll.
I will aim and then dive. +2. 18.
I need to check something. Hold on. Oh, you do not hit.
Oh.
What you hit is a very, very... something that feels like glass.
Ooh, bird hitting glass. Love it. Don't love it. Have you seen birds? They sometimes hit glass. It's not great.
Usually hawks don't.
Yeah, no.
The light reflection.
Yeah.
They can tell. This, you've never... I mean, you've seen pigeons do it.
But you know how they are.
But they're pigeons. They're flying rats.
Yeah.
City chicken, as it were.
Yeah.
And you hit this wall. It feels like just a wall of glass. You are going to take 3 damage, and you are disoriented for the round.
Okay. That'll be... Does my armor protect?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will take that disorientation as I'm like up in their faces.
No, you're not. You don't get to them. That's the point. You hit the...
Yeah. But I mean, I'm like in that space where I was at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And disoriented. Yeah. It's good. Mm-hmm.
So... Since you're there attacking his mage, and there's a whole light thing now, he doesn't have a penalty anymore.
That is correct.
But
it's okay because I'm here, so they're not. If they attack me, they are not attacking my friends.
16.
Absolutely. Because I'm at 15. And I'm also disoriented, which I imagine gives you some kind of penalty.
Yeah, it gives you a penalty. Disorientation gives you like a -1.
Okay. But that's me. I'll take it. 6.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take that rather than, but it's me, not Sarthan. It's a little. Mm-hmm. There's some distraction, so that's okay. It's okay. As I get hit, and I try to keep myself up.
How are you looking?
Okay. I mean, I'm injured. I'm perhaps bleeding. Perhaps I have been hit with some arrows and also lightning, and so maybe I don't like it. But I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm a little disoriented.
Mm-hmm.
but they're moving away. I just gotta keep between.
Well, the mage is keeping that up, so this guy is gonna take his bow out and shoot at you. Because you're all up in their grill.
I am.
And he's going to aim.
Yes, please. Sure.
16.
15. I will use one of those convictions for that +2 to the defense.
But he just has to equal it.
Yep. But I'm at a 17 with a +2.
Ooh, okay. Sorry, I did math wrong. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So you are. Do not get hit by this second one.
I will take one of those convictions. Thank you. Thank you for those blessings. I will use one of those blessings to sort of like flap. I'm flapping this way and that, sort of a little bit erratic. Flapping.
The ship is sailing at this point. They've dropped oars into the water and are using those to move speed. The mage and his bodyguard, for lack of a better term, are leaving at speed quickly. Sarthan, you feel break the water.
I'm going to circle, because I'm not at circling now, so I'm hit up. Again, trying to keep a view of what's going on. And I really want to get eyes on that escaping ship with the mage, try to get any kind of intel on that ship. While I'm sure they're fine, just sort of checking in with them, you know?
Sarthan is coughing up water, and Penry is still not answering.
Penry. Yeah, I want to get my... Sarthan's there, I want to track that ship. So I want to use my minor action to sort of track the ship and get whatever eyeballs I can on them. Mission first. Eyeballs?
Roll perception. Tracking.
And I think I get a +1 because I still have that mark on that fellow. That fellow is marked. I'm going to keep that fellow marked. So it'll be a 19.
It is leaving at speed. You're pretty sure that you won't be able to catch up with them.
Where?
They're headed east.
Do you have a sense?
They haven't turned south yet. They're just headed straight east.
Okay.
Roll me Arc Perception Psychic.
Will do. Absolutely. 100%. If you would like. 17. +1. If it's against my...
No. 18. It's... You feel Penry trying to connect, but he can't.
I will circle back around. Sort of check in on Penry and Sarthan.
Sarthan is disoriented, but he is floating on debris. Penry is one hand on the debris, and he makes eye contact with Sarthan. And you feel him trying to psychically connect to both of you.
Open.
But it's not. I mean, you can connect to him, he can't connect to you, and you can't understand what's coming from him. And you feel like this sense of acceptance and resignation.
Nope. No.
And he is floating close to Sarthan, and this small piece of debris, he deposits the book and the scroll, and he collapses under the water.
I'm gonna try to dive to catch him and pull him out. I am, however, a rhyhawk, and I have 0 strength, and I have talons, not hands, so it's not probably going to happen, but I'm going to try anyway, because that is what you do. I recognize as a player that is not a particularly doable thing, but Russ would try anyway, even though, do you know what I mean? Like, Russ would try anyway. Russ also cannot do a heal action. Russ does not have hands, but is going to try to dive and pull Penry back out.
You dive down, and as you grab him, he just slips under the water.
Nope, come on. Right, as like you would like with a frog or a small fish, you just sort of dive down and you catch them in your talons, and then you swoop back out and you just take them out with you when you sort of dive down and swoop back out.
But you can't.
Sarthan, I can't. And I can't stay underwater. I cannot breathe underwater. That is not a thing I can do.
You feel hands grab around you and lift you off of Penry. As Brynmore Penry falls into the water in the darkness below you. You feel Sarthan holding you up above the water.
Oh, Sarthan, can you get him? You can get him back out. Just first, from mouth to mouth, those things.
And he holds you, and he looks at you, and he says, "Even if I could, I wouldn't."
Why not? You shouldn't.
Because he was too hurt to do anything but linger. Slowly and in agony. Russ. He couldn't connect psychically to either of us. You know what that means?
He was trying.
But he couldn't. And he knew it. And you knew it, and I knew it. And I don't have any healing arcana. That level of skull fracture, brain damage is beyond my skill.
I wish there was something I could do. You're okay. Right? Bonk his head with my head.
He acknowledges it softly. There's soft petting of your arm, or of your wing, your back.
Gotta get out of here. So, you swim out, right? You swim back, and then we figure out what happened?
Yes. Russ.
Right.
We need to take the intel,
Right.
the ledger, and the scroll.
Right. Hold on. Stay with you till we get back to the shore.
Yes.
All right. Sort of perch on his shoulder.
He is kind of leaning on this piece of board that Penry uses to deposit the
ledger, the scroll.
The ledger and the scroll. The scroll is still in the scroll case. The ledger is wrapped in just like an oil skin that he found on the dusk.
Do I hear anything from the ship?
Nothing. The sounds of burning wood, creaking, collapsing in on itself, but you don't hear any screams or cries as if...
How close are we to that ship right now?
You've drifted a fair bit.
Okay. Which way are we drifting?
East.
Can we,
Currents.
we should... This is not going to take us to the shore. We should, do you want me to... I'll do a quick surveillance of the ship. Come right back. Let's start moving.
Yes. I'll stop moving.
Get up, and I'm like bleeding a little bit, clearly injured.
Mm-hmm.
Come up, take off, fly, do a sort of like a circle around the ship, trying to look in the ports where the oars are, just trying to see what I can see inside that space.
Roll me perception seeing.
And I'm, as always, sending my images back to Sarthan. 21 with 2 stunt points, and I'm gonna...
There is, as you look inside the collapsed, as the ship begins to sink even further, there's no bodies you can see. No people.
No oarsmen? Yeah. Drummer?
Nothing.
They weren't... There's nobody in there. And I like sort of fly up to see if I can see, something and it's the only thing you're like, if I fly this way, maybe I can get a different angle, right? Like trying to sort of not get too close to the inferno, but it's that kind of flying to try to get different sight lines, low, high, because that's strange.
You see no one, no bodies, no remains, nothing. No one screaming for help. No one trapped.
Fly back to Sarthan. There's nobody in there at all.
It's odd. I do not understand.
No bodies. Nothing.
Russ, can you roll me Constitution Stamina?
I can. I'm super good at that because if there's something that a bird that is a bird and not a full, heavy creature is really good at, is both strength and also Constitution. Just a 13 with 5 stunt points, which I use to be cool. you know.
Sarthan is swimming steady. Side stroke.
Fly over. Pace? How's his pace?
I mean, good enough.
I sort of circle up high to sort of give a... so I can see the shore, so I can make sure that he's going the right direction, because I don't want him to go the wrong direction, you know? I will be his guide so that he can get back. Sarthan.
Yes.
That was a bit of an ambush.
I don't disagree. They're prepared. Ready for us.
Mage. The Arcana. Signal. Those explosive amphorae already. You don't get that just out of nowhere real quick. Why? Are you okay?
I'm, okay.
Are you sure?
I mean, I could use a nap.
All right. Good. Okay, I'm staying up here. I stay down there with you, but I figure that the debris probably doesn't need somebody as heavy and, you know, muscular as me, so I'm just gonna be up here, be your overwatch. It's
you keep watch. I'll worry about the, you know, wouldn't want to be overburdened by your great weight.
I know. I mean, I've been
Maybe we should
working
put you
out.
on a diet.
Oh no, it's muscle mass.
We don't. I mean, I think you can lay off. You know, you can definitely lay off the trout.
Well, trout's tasty. I mean, I know that people say that birds have got hollow bones. I like to think that my bones are all just steel. You know. It's how many miles have we got to shore?
They were under full sail and full roar oar, and they were out in water. Open water. 15. Maybe 20.
Okay. We don't have too much far to get back. I just got to get there, so keep up your spirits. I can sing you something if you like. I mean, it's not like I'm a songbird or anything like that, but we got. We're safe. We can get back.
Russ, can you roll me Constitution Stamina at -1?
I can. 11. 11.
Sarthan is tiring. He did a 2-mile swim, then a fight, and now he's done a couple miles after he got exploded off the side of a boat.
Hey, you're slowing down a bit. We gotta keep going. Come on.
Yes, we need to keep going.
We just got a couple more miles. You can do that easy. Come on, Scout. You got this.
Yes, I can do this. We can do this.
It's just one stroke after the other. We just gotta keep going. This thing's encircling, looking for the shore. I sort of fly down to assess, like, is he wearing a cloak?
He's wearing medium armor.
I'm gonna fly down onto that debris, sort of pick at the buckles of the armor. It's probably weighing you down a little bit. Just figure we get this out. Probably a little bit better.
Yeah.
With my beak, I'm gonna sort of pull, tug on the straps.
Shifts and moves. It starts treading water to undo the buckles on his chain shirt. To let it go.
You don't need that. I'll make it easier. Probably just a couple more miles.
And you see the chain shirt fall into the water.
It's better.
Yeah.
Come
Better.
on.
Time to keep... but which way am I going, Navabird? I can't... You're the one who sees in the dark. I can't.
Fly back up. Well, you're heading off a little bit to the east. You want to... a bit more to your left. Just course correct.
Course correct, of course. He keeps swimming. Slower.
Come on. Handsome, come on, let's go.
Can you roll me another Constitution Stamina, this time at a -2?
14 with 5 stunt points to be impressive.
He picks up a little speed now that the weight of the armor is gone. But you can tell, Russ, just in his connection in your mind, that he can't keep going.
Come on, you can do this. Come on.
He slows to tread water for a while, to rest and breathe. But you and he aren't sailor folk.
I'm gonna fly down, grab his collar with my talons, just sort of tug, you know, give him a little momentum, a little motivation. Come on, you can do this. Come on, this is nothing. I know you said you weren't the best swimmer, but you're good. You're good. Come on, Sarther. Let's go.
Yes, time to keep going.
We just got a couple more miles. Probably a little more than a couple, but you know.
Closer to 10. He's moving again through the water. It's dark now, full dark. You've lost the glow of the sinking ship, both from distance and from its full submersion by this point.
We got this. We got this. You and me.
Yes.
Come on.
You and I. Always and forever.
Come on. Come on. We got this. It's just a couple more miles. Look, that's a pretty heavy ledger and scroll, and I can't carry that, so you gotta do it. Come on.
I can do this. We can do this, right?
Yes. It's just like a couple more miles.
He drifts into falling, floating for a moment.
Hey. Come on. All right. So I've got a joke. Let's keep swimming. I've got a joke. What do you call a... What do you call a rhyhawk with no cheese.
I don't know. What do you call a rye rat with no cheese?
I don't know either, but we don't call it late for dinner. I think that's how it goes. Because it doesn't have soap.
We've discussed how your attempts at jokes and pranks are not exciting, they are adorable.
Yeah.
That wasn't adorable, that was groan-worthy.
Well, you're gonna have to show me and just keep swimming. Just have a few miles.
He keeps swimming.
It's not too far.
Drifting more, letting the current overwhelm him.
No, that current's not taking the right way. Come on. And I grab and I sort of tug a little bit.
He adjusts, but you can start to see that the dehydration and the exhaustion is getting to him.
Hey. You should tell me something. Tell me, and I sort of fly up to try to get bearings. All right, tell me the moment when you knew. Because I know the moment that I knew. I knew we were out we were scouting, and it was a long, long day. It was like you'd been marching, I don't know, 30 miles. And swampy and miserable, and you looked terrible. We're just covered in mud and sweat and everything. We just looked awful. And I remember seeing you at the fire. Come on, keep swimming. At the fire. Just shivering and cold. Mud in your hair and everything like that. And I remember thinking, you are the most handsome person I've ever seen in my entire life. That's when I knew. Keep swimming. Keep swimming. Come on, it's just a couple more miles. So, when did you know?
And Russ, you feel for the first time in years alone in your mind.
Sarthan? Come on, swim. Fly back down. I tug. With my talons.
No reaction.
I peck at his head. Come on, Sarthan. Come on, wake up. Come on. Come on. Sarthan, come on.
You are alone in your mind.
I'm gonna tug. Try to pull him.
As you tug his arm off this piece of driftwood, and he starts to sink.
No, come on. I'm grab him with my beak. Pull. Come on, Sarthan, wake up. Come on. Come on.
You are unable to do anything, and the connection that's been in your mind for these years is gone.
Come on. And I've got talons and I've got a beak, and I can't carry someone who's 6 foot tall, but I can pull him to safety. He's not that heavy. I can do it.
You're feeling yourself pulled under.
No, keep pulling.
And you feel the water closing in on you.
No, I can. If I just hold on a little bit longer, I can pull him out. And if I can pull him out, I can get him help.
You feel the water close over your head.
Oh. Handsome, come on.
You
The
feel
connection.
the pressure of the water increasing.
I can't breathe. I wait as long as I can to try to pull him up, out, because I can still help him if I can just get him out of the water. And I can hold my breath a little bit longer. Just have to get him back to the debris. It'll be okay. And I can somehow pull the debris.
It's crushing the weight of the water. And you're pulling down faster now.
Sarthan. If I can't hold it anymore, hold it one more second. I imagine my hollow bone self can't stay at that depth.
No, you can't stay at that depth. It's too crushing.
Imagine I shoot upwards. Imagine my birds are very buoyant. I think it's quite difficult to stay.
Once you let go, it's a lot easier to come back up. He isn't pulling you down anymore.
He never pulled me down. When I come up, I just shoot up into the sky. Where am I?
Offshore. About 8 miles.
There are things I should probably do. I don't know what they are right now, though. Should probably, I don't know, track the ship or something, or probably a lot of things I should do right now. Should probably. It's a mission to do. Sarthan? Did you make it out? Maybe he surfaced somewhere else? Because that's probably what happened. Probably surfaced somewhere else. But, I mean, it's pretty low. But, he wasn't wearing his chain shirt anymore, so it was not as heavy. So I bet he came up somewhere else. So I could wait. I could wait by the shore for him to come back. He's probably gonna be somewhere on the shore, is what I think. Right? So I figured I could, if I chased that boat, I wouldn't be able to be here when he came back out. So I should probably wait till he comes back out of the water. That's what I should do.
There's an emptiness in your mind.
Just for now, I'm gonna fly back to shore. It's gonna be a while, but 8 miles is nothing, and I'm gonna fly back, and I'll stay here though. First, I'm gonna stay here, flying around this area as long as I can. I mean, I could go to other places. I don't want to go to other places. I just want to wait because I know he's gonna come back up. And then I'll wait as long as I can, and then I'll go back to shore, and I'll wait. I'll wait for him to come to shore because I know he will. I can maybe put together some driftwood or something, like small twigs, things I can pick up. Can't start a fire because I can't do that myself, but I can at least put something together, something so that I can put driftwood together in a pile so that he can start a fire when he gets out of the water, because it'll be cold. And I want him to be able to have a driftwood so he can make a fire, so he can warm up when he comes back out.
And you circle for a while. You're feeling tired. The salt water has started to dry on your feathers, and it's not good for them. You feel burdened and heavy and empty, so empty inside.
Fly to shore and wait for him, because he'll be back. He just has to take some time to get here.
You fly to shore. It takes a while. As you land, the sun is just starting to crest the eastern sky. You see these bright red streaks across the sky, and you're reminded of that little saying Penry said last night. He said it was a good omen, the sunset. Because red sky in the morning, then the sailors take warning. But a red sky at night is a sailor's delight. And you see these bright red streaks across the sky. And you feel the air change. The wind whip across off the water, chilling you further. The storm is coming.
Sarthan, you have to swim. There's a storm coming. I put together driftwood for you. You have to swim.
But the storm comes, and Sarthan does not. It rages and thunders, and lightning streaks across the sky. And that empty place inside you weighs you further and further.
I wait out the storm. On the shore. Waiting. All day. All night. And when it ends, whenever it does, it's still injured. I grew myself so that I have oil back on my feathers, so I can go back out there, and I fly out, seeing if I can find him, calling to him.
The storm has scattered whatever debris there was. There's no voice in your mind, no presence to guide you. There's just flat, open water. And quiet.
Well, I've got a long flight back to Aldous City to report what happened and how I failed and how they died.
You fly back to Aldous. Sarek takes your report, but refuses to let you claim failure. Merely stating it was the enemy who succeeded, not you failing. There is a distinct difference, Russ.
Sarek, after report, that Sarthan and I were ride bonded.
My only displeasure at that is the fact that I could not celebrate with you beforehand.
There's no celebration now. And I wasn't able to track the ship or bring back the ledger or the scroll or Sarthan. And I did fail. I'm sorry.
You are only a failure, and you only fail when I say you fail. You did not fail, because I say you did not fail. And you feel her pick you up and hold you in her arms. Just as she used to do when you were a tiny chick.
I'd like to request that I don't have any partners for a while. I just I'd like to maybe do just something different, something by myself. Maybe just couriering for a while. Maybe recruitment, something. I can't work with other people right now.
You will take what time you need to do what you need. And if I need to move you into recruitment, well, I can't think of anyone better who would be able to find the appropriate individuals to serve in the Sovereign's finest than the Sovereign's finest. And you feel like the weight of her hand as she kind of gently drifts it over your back as she says that you are the Sovereign's finest.
So sorry. I let you down.
You did not let me down. You came home.
Alone.
And well, I will always feel that it was unfortunate and upsetting and sad that your bonded could not come home. I am glad that my son did.
Russ just puts his head right in the crook of her shoulder.
She will just hold you for a while. And as the door, the camera pulls back through the doorway of her office and up, we see the seasons change. Sun, moon, snow, warmth, flowers. Years pass. You're again in Sarek's office. You hear she has requested you particularly for a very particular mission.
First envoy, how may I serve?
There is a new recruit who I think needs the benefit of your guidance.
What does that mean?
It means that I believe that you shall be taking over mentorship duties.
Ma'am, I just, who, what, very busy.
A young lady by the name of Delme Ferox. She is... would benefit greatly from your great skills.
Ma'am, I haven't mentored anyone in a really long time.
I think she could truly benefit from your ability to hold your tongue in appropriate moments. Also possibly not become entirely intoxicated in public and engage in a sword duel with I believe here, a pompous noble asshole was the official phrasing that was used.
Is she a scout?
She was a researcher and an apprentice to one of our finest Medicariae.
No, I don't... Commander, what am I...
She has some ability at scouting and also a fine animal companion.
Well, I suppose if I don't really understand... Commander, I sort of have been... mostly been...
I have firm faith in you, Russet. I would not trust this to anyone short of you.
Yes, ma'am. But I have some messages to deliver. I feel like,
Oh, good. You can find her in the library, then. And she hands you a small note.
Yes, ma'am. And you can see Russ's little eyes sort of narrow a bit with, like, what am I supposed to do with a mentee? Like Russ hops off the desk and flies straight, no exciting sort of swooping through the hallways, just straight and direct, right where he's supposed to go, as he's supposed to go, without any special movement.
And as the camera pulls back, we see Sarek lean back in her chair, smirk a little bit, and a figure comes up to her left-hand side. And a voice says, "Are you sure about this, ma'am?" And she just kind of smirks over her shoulder. "Yes. I believe that Dalmay will be just what Russet needs to get over and rejoin the rest of us. He hasn't tried to tell a joke in 20 years. I'm quite sure that Dalmay will help him with that." And on that, we're going to end it for tonight. We having fun?
Oh, yeah. Now, you got me all in tears, though. just like tears all under my mask. You just have to know it. Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, as long as you know they were
good. Well, I mean, they
were tears that
yes,
you were,
yes.
you know.
Just sadness. Oh, I didn't even, yeah. Oh, so good. How are you smart? But
Thank
also, of course, I haven't told a joke in 20 years. You do that. You don't go running around.
Look.
What is that?
Your mom saw something and has decided.
Well, you know, if it's a mission, I'm going to follow a mission. I do follow orders.
Yep. It's a mission, and she gave you orders, and now you have a Delme to deal with.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the Delme. It's thank you, your turn, my turn. What are you supposed to do with the Delme? And then I meet her, and what is she? She's so erratic and chaotic. What do you do with that?
There is no good answer to that question.
There's you know, with this Delme, she doesn't have order, and she's just, I don't even know. Well, gotta try to keep her alive, I suppose.
Yep. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy.
Gets drunk. 20 years might be a perfect stretch without a rhyhawk joke. What do you call a rhyhawk with no? The joke never works. Never works.
The joke never works. It
never
work,
works.
But it's okay. It's okay. But I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad, chat, you enjoyed this little jaunt into Russ's backstory. I'm going to let my wonderful friend Trooper tell you all the wonderful things, like where you can find him, all of that good stuff, because he does stuff during the week. It's just not with me right now.
I don't even know what I do. Hey everybody, I'm Trooper SJP, just having my emotional catharsis. And let me think. Next Thursday, you can find me on my channel, Trooper SJP, at 6 p.m. for The Long Dark, otherwise known as the Hoarding Simulator, where...
Otherwise known as Praxis in chat yelling, "Put the shit down, Trooper!"
Yeah, but I mean, okay, what? So what's the worst that could happen? You fall through the ice and maybe get hypothermia and die?
You fall through the ice after you sprained your ankle because you were carrying too much shit.
Yeah.
And then get hypothermia and die.
Yeah. I mean, those things could happen. That's actually true. That's true.
I would like to point it out that he spoke. Clip this. Somebody clip this so that on Thursday we can just hand it to him and shove it in his face. Like he agreed with us that it was a bad idea.
No, I just want to. I will admit that the character I'm running, Mackenzie, likes to complain a lot about like breaking his ankle and his wrist and falling through the ice and like getting hypothermia. But he's a little bit of a complainer. You know what I mean? What?
Put the shit down.
But what if I need it to like heat myself up after I fall on the ice and I'm just.
None of the shit that you're carrying around is needed for a fire.
I dropped some of it. Like I dropped a hammer. So let me think. What else can you find me? So I know that you can find me on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern over at Table Story for the finale of Midsummer Mysteries. That's Saturday. Can you find me doing something on my channel on Friday? Maybe. I don't know yet. I have to go and see. I'm thinking about it, but I'll confirm tomorrow maybe. I've got some things. I've got to look up some things. We'll see. I have to see. We'll see. Maybe. But what about? But Prax.
Yes.
I feel like next Sunday there's like another Blue Rose, is what I feel like.
Well, there's two things that are going to be happening this week, actually.
Oh, Mechton, right?
Mechton. So there's episode, for those of you who haven't been here, come, welcome, hi, hang out. I'm at Deirdre Dunlin on Twitter, Parksworth Esmea for you. I'm glad you're here. And then we're going to I'm going to put the link in chat. If you missed any of the beginning of this particular solo episode, there's the link to the YouTube. You can check out the other ones and the rest of the Romance of Blue Rose and Witcher Roads Home. And, oh yes, this little series that we're doing right now, because on Wednesday nights, our 6-week mini campaign of Mechton Starblade Battalion Memories.
Wedding Crashing.
Wedding Crashing is happening. We are on episode 4 of this. Next week is Wednesday is episode 4 of this 6 weeks. There's Wedding Crashing planning, and I do want you to understand that I almost killed a player last week.
It was their fault.
Actually, it was. It was Eddie's fault. He made a choice. He made a choice to make the attack instead of dodging.
I just what's what you do. It's just, you know.
I just want you to know that that's the thing. But you can check out all the episodes of that. There's going to be some fun, drama, shenanigans, drama.
Hey, chat, did you watch the Blue Rose solo episode last week?
With Lindy?
Yeah, with Lindy as Ritka. If you haven't watched it, you should, because Prax does an impression of Russ, and it made me happy. So, like, you know, you wanted to see.
There is an impression of Russ in that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Sunday, this week, guess who we have for this Sunday's episode of Blue Rose?
Is it Delmay?
It is Delmay.
Yes.
It is indeed Delmay.
I'm gonna be there.
Our dear friend Pooja will be here, and she will be having a little backstory dive into Delmay's story. And then, but other than that, check my Twitter, because I've posted where I'm going to be. All the fun, wonderful people I get to hang out with, like this fabulous individual, and all of my other friends. And we'll be back here again Wednesday for Mechton, and then Sunday for Delmay's solo Blue Rose episode.
I have a question.
I might have an answer. Let's see if they match.
Does it involve her getting drunk? My guess is yes. I'm just wondering if Delmay gets drunk. This is just my question.
That's a spoiler. We're not there yet.
I feel like the answer is yes. I'm gonna bet some channel points that there's gonna be some drunkenness.
I'm gonna put it out there. But yes, indeed. And I feel like we should raid somebody, so hold on while I find...
Oh, Praxagorthus Mephoria is on.
Well, yes. That is... Really? That just rates a really?
I know. Look, I just had my Rybotted partner die.
Yes, you did.
So, you know, my jokes will be a little bit off.
I feel we should go see Little Cup of Joe. Because, you know, she's playing some Pio4 and, you know, Faded Memories, and we want to go from one, like, tear-jerking, you know, flashback to, you know, a Tome game tear-jerking flashback.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Alright, so we're going to go raid Little Cup of Joe, and we'll see you on Wednesday, everybody. Bye-bye now.